the awaiting trial prisoners at Kosimampuru to make sure that accused number 2 is booked out at least an hour earlier. Hopefully the problem will be resolved from tomorrow.
Okay, fine. Yeah, let's continue then. Yes, Mr. Lolo?
Thank you, my lord. My lord, may I just beg leave to hand in the copies to the state and the witness of Section 28 and Section 29 of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act number 1 of 2011. My lord, I have also make a full copy for the court to make reference as we proceed, my lord, as the court pleases. Brigadier, yesterday you remember we paused wherein I was asking you about the report of the assault by accused number 1 in Tembisa Court that was eventually conveyed to you. You
That's
remember?
correct, my lord.
Yes. Okay. In terms of the section that I have prepared copies for yourself, and I want to refer you to section number 28, which I will read for the record, my lord, with the leave of the court.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Section 28, sorry, my lord, not paragraph, section 28. Could you see that section, Brigadier?
Yes, I'm on it, my lord.
I'll read it. Please go with me. It says type of matters to be investigated by IPID. Section 28, subsection 1, the Directorate must investigate any deaths in police custody, deaths as a result of police actions, any complaint relating to the discharge of an official firearm by any police officer, rape by any police officer, whether the police officer is on or off duty. Paragraph F, my lord, any complaint of torture or assault against a police officer in the execution of his or her duties. Paragraph G, corruption matters within the police initiated by the Executive Directorate on his or her own or after the receipt of a complaint from a member of the public or referred to the Directorate by the Minister, an MEC, or the Secretary as the case may be. And H, any other matter referred to as a result of a decision by the Executive Directorate, if so requested by the Minister, an MEC, or the Secretary as the case may be. But the reference that I want to make to you, it's paragraph 28, subsection 1F.
Yes, my lord.
Do you see that one?
I see paragraph F.
Paragraph F.
Yes.
It says matters to be investigated. It's any complaint of assault. Okay?
Yes.
And then let's read it in conjunction with section 29. Now there has been a complaint of assault. Let's hear now what section 29 says. Reporting obligations and cooperations by members. Section 29, subsection 1. The station commander or any member of South African Police Service or Municipal Police Service must, paragraph A, subparagraph A, immediately after becoming aware, notify the Directorate of any matters referred to in section 28(1)A to F, which includes F, which I've referred to you as well. So it means any member, and by any member, I'm now referring to you, Brigadier Geninda, that after receiving that complaint in terms of this act, this is what we are supposed to do, to report the complaint to the Independent Directorate, Police Investigative Directorate, to investigate the complaint which was made by the accused in court. Did you do that?
My lord, this section that I read refers to a complaint. My
That's it, yeah.
understanding it's a formal complaint, not information or someone sitting there and says, this is what I'm saying. I've testified, my lord, that there were steps that I took and clear directive that such complaint in terms of the facts, where it occurred, who are the suspects, J88 statements taken, docket registered to be done. And the feedback I got was that accused one is not willing to do that. Subsequent to that, my lord, all entries, relevant entries showed, including the prison one, that he was not assaulted. That's the first part. But the second part, my lord, matters that get registered to IPID, council needs to understand the police has a case data system. Matters get registered, in other words, I refer to this matter as A1. That is a complainant statement, because someone needs to allege that this is what happened. Subsequently, the case docket of assault, DPH, torture, whatever the case may be, will be registered, captured on the police system. That's how it works. That's the system. It must be captured on the police data, then referred to IPID. There must be a trail of evidence. Now, in the absence of A1 of the complaint, what do you refer, my lord? When all registers shows that there was no assault reported, the complainant or the person who's alleging to be assaulted is not willing to give a statement. What do you take to IPID?
Manje ke kunomthetho sekelo la njengoba izolo besikade sikhuluma ngalaba abaphenyayo abazimele uyafunda ummeli ukuthi la ku F uthi isikhalazo nanoma yesiphi sokuthi mhlawumbe umuntu ushawe amaphoyisa lo muntu loyo iphoyisa libe likade lisemsebenzini noma lingekho emsebenzini lo muntu loyo kwamele afake isikhalazo siyophenywa uma siya la ku section 29 kuthiwa kwamele leso sikhalazo siyophenywa ubrigadier kuyabuzwa ukuthi wenzile lokho na njengoba kwakade kunesikhalazo esibuya kumangalelwa ukuthi ushayiwe uthi ubrigadier isikhalazo sikhuluma ngesikhalazo esisemthethweni la umuntu uye wayenza istatement ukuthi mina naku ngishawe umuntu othize wafaka futhi necala evulela lelo phoyisa icala bese kuvulwa idokodo lilethwe kuyena ubrigadier ukuze aye yena ayophenya bese uyonika laba abaphenyayo abazimele ukuze nabo bazokwazi ukuphenya njengoba bakhuluma la ku section 28 no 29 wabo abaphenyi abazimele.
Thank you, Mr. Gedinda. Firstly, in paragraph F, let's read it again. It does not say...
Sorry. To understand the law applicable. When we were listening to that tape, the recording, there was an attorney apparently representing accused number 2 on the 5th of March. Is that not so?
Not on the 5th, on the 27th.
Is it on the 27th when this attorney said to the magistrate that he has received a complaint from his clients?
That was the 5th of March.
Yeah.
That is right.
Yes.
2021.
That they are being assaulted.
Correct, ma'am.
Right?
Yes.
Let's play that, because then the magistrate said, "This, who's that attorney?
Mr. Nkwane.
Nkwane. Right? He told Nkwane to assist his clients to lay a charge. Is that not the evidence, Mr. Ngumezulu?
That's the evidence.
That's it. And if you find or get any problems, the commissioner of police must be approached. I think the commissioner of police must be approached so that a formal complaint can be laid. Is that not so, sir?
That's the evidence.
When I was listening, now has that been done? Ms. Msololo, you can, or you, Mr. Has that been done?
My Lord, may I just
Yeah.
get clarity from
Okay.
what my colleague is asking?
We'll come to the IPID. I'm
Yes.
talking about
She was-
what happened in court.
I'm not sure if that question relates to what happened in relation to accused number 1. before we get into accused number 2,
Yes.
because the first report that was made to the brigadier in relation to the line of questioning relates to accused number 1. Subject
At Silverton.
at Silverton.
What was the date?
The 10th of July, if I'm not
And was that report made in court?
The report was made in court to the presiding officer.
What was the date in court that day?
The 10th of July, if I'm not mistaken.
That's all.
No. Not in Fosloras. I'm referring to, yes. The
And that is
report-
a complaint
the
regarding
in
Silverton.
That's correct.
Right, because now Beninda is referring to that. As I understand you, you are referring to that complaint.
The one of Silverton, my lord. I'm referring to the one of Silverton of the 10th of July.
Yeah.
The accused, all these measures were put into place, and he was not willing to make a statement. And no registers confirmed that he was assaulted.
Okay.
Futhi ke kuthiwa ku wonke lamacala lawo bewafakiwe akukho la umangalelwa yena aye wazimisela ukwenza istatement eshoyo ukuthi yebo ngishawe ubani nini kuphi.
Right, I'm sorry to interfere. But from my understanding, how do you lodge a complaint? Is it on affidavit? Or is it just verbal? There's no record of that.
My lord, I think it would be unfair for me to be cross-examined by the court when I'm
I'm not
putting questions
cross-examining.
to the witness.
I'm not cross-examining you. I just want to understand the law.
May I then be given the opportunity to put questions to the witness?
No. Listen. I want to understand the law. You have given me this. As you say, that is the applicable law.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to understand because from the record, it appears that the magistrate Havenga intervened to the attorney who was, is that not?
My lord, I'm not referring to that
Okay,
one.
okay, fine, go ahead.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
referring to that one.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
I'm referring to the one that was made in Tembisa Court, my lord.
In Tembisa Court.
Yes. In Tembisa Court about Silverton police officers
Okay, fine.
Yes,
On which
that-
day? You say it was on the 10th.
on the 10th of July.
Okay, fine, you can go on.
And that complaint, my lord, was made by accused number 2
Okay.
in full court. Oh, I'm sorry, my lord, accused number 1 in Tembisa, not accused number 2. On that day, the exhibit would clear the record, my lord. So there was a complaint, my lord, according to my understanding, which was made in full court about the assault and about the police officers in Silverton. And then my next question is, my lord, with that complaint which was reported in a court of law, which was related to you, Brigadier, as the head of the unit, what did you do with that complaint? Because this act precisely says the complaint must be referred to the Inspectorate Police Investigative Directive for further investigation.
As a court, please, my lord, I think my learned friend should have also made a copy of the regulations issued in terms of the IPID Act, because these regulations must be read in conjunction with the Act. Now, she's reading the Act in isolation, and if one looks at, I had a quick look at the regulations. For instance, Regulation 2 says reporting of matters to the investigating directorate. A station commander or any member of the South African Police or the Municipal Police Service must, say, within the period mentioned in Section 29(1)(b) that my learned friend has quoted, of the Act, submit a written report. A written report to the Directorate regarding any matter listed in Section 28(1)(a). That is now the section that my learned colleague is busy with. And furthermore, Regulation 4(b), which is the most important one, says a person who lodges a complaint in terms of sub-regulation must do so in writing, by fax or electronic mail, and it says the provisions of sub-regulation 3 will then apply. So in other words, my lord, we say it's very dangerous to read the acts in isolation. It must be read in conjunction with the regulation, which makes it clear that a complaint must be in writing as the witness has testified to.
Can I proceed?
Yes, I thought you were proceeding.
Thank you. Brigadier, I put it to you that if you had complied with the provisions of this section, and independent members of the IPID would have been appointed to approach the accused, obtain the necessary statement, and also to do further investigations.
No, but that's not correct, my lord. Counsel knows he was working for the state. You need to have A1, a complaining statement, to understand the allegation that has been made. What do I comply with when you don't have the existing A1 or any document or even an eyewitness who says I've witnessed such an assault?
Ngiyakwazisa ke ukuthi bekwamele njengoba kuye kwaba nalesi sikhalazo bekwamele labantu laba abaphenya amacala abazimele babizwe noma baziswe. Uthi ubrigadier mayiphendula uthi cha, kumele uyazi wayekade esebenzela umbuso, kwamele kube nestatement esibizwa i-A1, kuyi-statement leso umuntu akhalaza khona ukuthi ngihlukunyeziwe.
Okay, I won't argue with you. I'll leave that one for argument. Let's proceed. Brigadier, I'm going to hand in, my lord, with the leave of the court, Exhibit XX, if I'm not mistaken. It was, if you can give the state one copy and the witness one copy. My lord, I did not prepare the copy for the court because we have used this exhibit. It's a statement regarding interview with suspect, my lord. It was marked Exhibit XX.
The one that was handed in by Mr. Nisi.
Indeed, my lord.
Indeed, my lord, yes. That's why I did not make an additional copy, my lord. Thank you. Brigadier, I just want to refer you to a few paragraphs of this pro forma. It's by SAPS. It's form number 3M, in brackets, small letter M. Statement regarding interview with suspects. Okay. The reason why I'm referring you to this form is because you had interviews with suspects on different occasions. Do you understand?
I do, my lord.
Yes. Okay. And then, without wasting the court's time, paragraph 1, completion of statement. Okay? I'll ask you to read it to the court. Paragraph 1, subparagraph A, my lord.
So it reads as follows, my lord. The station commander must consult with the prosecutor on circumstances in which the prosecutor requires that a warning statement of a suspect be obtained In every such case, the suspect must be interviewed and this statement must be completed. This statement must be completed every time the suspect is interviewed, irrespective of whether the suspect has been arrested or not.
Okay, thank you. You understand that this form must be completed every time whenever there is an interview, irrespective of whether the suspect has been charged or not. That's the line I wanted to bring it to your attention.
Yes, but my Lord Counsel is leaving something out important, that it said this form refers to that interview as directed by the prosecutor. It's a different scenario when the police, in no way does it refers to interviews of the police. It's very specific. You are directed by the prosecutor to obtain an explanation, and naturally, you communicate the outcome of the suspect in a form of a warning statement to the NPA, and that's what paragraph 1 says, my lord.
No, it doesn't say so. Let's read paragraph also, my lord, for the interpretation.
La aqeda kufunda khona ubrigadier ukuthiwa uma abashushisi bathi amaphoyisa babuze abasolwa imibuzo kwamele kube nezinto ekuthi ziyagcwaliswa la. Uma ubrigadier ephendula uthi meli ungakhohlwa ukuthi la kuthiwa uma abashushisi hayi ukuthi amaphoyisa behloma nje abamangalelwa imibuzo kusuka kungabashushisi abatshele amaphoyisa ukuthi babuze abamangalelwa imibuzo.
Furthermore, my lord.
Paragraph
So,
B.
please, my lord. We've been down this road before when Sergeant Mokhane was testifying. I think we even quoted authorities and filed heads on this matter. It was debated. I think it's a matter that can be best left for argument, my lord.
I don't know how it impinges on a trial within a trial, because at this stage, this court is busy, seized with the exigency of a trial within a trial, which is a compact interlocutory process, which has its bearing as to whether any confession made by any of the accused or a witness, if there is a dispute that it was not freely and voluntarily made without coercion in a person's sane and sober senses, if a prima facie case is made by the prosecutor after having advised the court that he intends using that document, which is supposedly or allegedly a confession, then when the state has led that evidence, the accused themselves, if they so desire, they come with countervailing evidence to rebut the allegations by the state, which are laid down by its witnesses. This is what this process is about. It is not about the merits. But if you are saying this question you are asking relates to proving the admissibility and otherwise, no problem, you go ahead. But I've sang this song to say that this process we are in, it's about the admissibility of a confession. Okay.
My lord, I will submit that the line of questioning regarding this form which I have referred the witness to, it's on the circumstances under which those statements were taken.
Yeah, fine.
It contains, my lord.
No, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Let's continue, Brigadier, with paragraph B.
Before, my lord, we go to paragraph B, I wanted to bring it to the attention of the court that this form that counsel has referred me to is not a prescribed form. In other words, it's not the only warning. There are no prescribed form in the warning statement. So it's not a golden rule that this is the only way you must do it. Other forms are not, they don't even have this option. So you have various warning statements, others that are even 2 or 3 pages long. So this is not the way. This is not the way that the standing order says, and it's regulated in the standing orders, my lords, to that effect.
Ngaphambi kokuthi singaqhubeka ithi ngicacise la ukuthi akusuku ukuthi le form le ummeli anginike yona yodwa umthetho wodwa omile ukuthi kwamele na kanjani uma ubuza umsolwa imibuzo umbuze ngalendlela. Ikhona eminye imithetho eminye mide ukudlula le enginikwe yona, akusuku ukuthi ile mthetho nemigomo ekwamele ilandelelwe kuphela.
Unfortunately, Brigadier, I'm the only one who is putting questions to you. I'm not going to argue with you with your line of questioning. The form I'm referring you to is the form that is prescribed by the SAPS Police Services. And I'm asking you to read paragraph B into the record.
Yes, my lord, I'm not actually, just to clarify, I'm not asking question to counsel. I'm simply clarifying for counsel to know that this is not the only form.
Yeah, can you read paragraph B now?
Yes, counsel, you can give me a chance.
Read it.
Because I need, give me a chance, I need to, because I'm assisting the court. that impression must not be given that this is the only form prescribed.
I've never
by
asked what
S-
you are saying. I've never asked what
Mr.
you are saying.
Mshololo, how are we going to proceed now? Like we're in a tavern now.
Apologies, ma'am.
This is the senior police. He's a brigadier. You ask him a question. He proffers an answer. Give him a chance to answer. If he is wrong, you can argue that later. But now you're stopping him from speaking.
My
And then
lord-
you're speaking at cross purposes. Because he says the standing orders don't prescribe that form. And you are saying the South African Police Services prescribe that form. So maybe you should produce the law, both of you, not even both of you. Because he says there's no standing order which says,
My
am I
lord-
quoting you correct, sir?
Yes, I'm saying, my lord, there's no standing order that says this is the only prescribed form for taking a warning statement, and there is an authority that speaks to that, my lord.
My lord, I
Okay.
apologize
No, no,
for,
continue.
for interjecting the witness, my lord. But the witness, brigadier, as a senior member of the police, he must understand that he is supposed to answer the question that has been put to him and stop. I have asked him, my lord, to read paragraph B. Instead of complying with the instruction, he's coming with explanations which have not been invited or asked by myself, who is a cross-examiner in these proceedings.
My lord, my understanding, I'm here to assist the court, not to allow an insinuation that I can see it's misleading. All I said is that it is incorrect to say this is the only form prescribed by the ACPS. There are many forms. There's no specific form that says this is the only form for the warning statement. And I felt that must be made clear in the court. It was not meant to undermine or stop counsel, because it didn't come, from my understanding, I understood counsel to be saying this is the form ACPS prescribed for the warning statement, and I wanted to correct it, that is not correct.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, can you comply with my instructions now? Read
Which is-
paragraph B.
The member who conducts the interview with the suspect has to complete this form fully in the presence of the suspect.
Umuntu iphoyisa eliyenza i-interview la buza khona umsolwa imibuzo kwamele agcwalise iform leli elichazwa la
Okay.
umsolwa
Paragraph C.
ekhona.
Sorry, my lord. Paragraph C.
If there is not enough space or on any of the pages, the member must continue on a separate follow page. This follow must be signed by the member, suspect, interpreter, and the commissioner of oath, and must be attached to the statement.
Uma ingabe isikhala lapho asenelanga umuntu angasebenzisa elinye ipage ekwamele lisayinwe iwonke umuntu ozabe ekhona lapho umsolwa iphoyisa utoliki nalo ozabe exhifisa istep.
Yes. Paragraph D.
The commissioner of oath must sign on every page of the statement.
Lo oxhifisa istembe kwamele asayine wonke ama page.
Paragraph F.
If the suspect is a child,
Paragraph F.
paragraph F, all deletions must be initiated by the suspect, the interpreter, and the member who conducted the interview with the suspect, as well as the commissioner of oath.
Konke la kusulwa khona kwamele kusayindwe noma kwenziwe ama initials ilabantu bonke abakhona lapho.
Can you also read paragraph 1? The names of all persons present.
The names of all persons present during the interview must be recorded. This includes all members present, the parent of the child, or a legal practitioner.
Amagama wabo bonke labantu abakhona uma ingabe kukhulunywa ngomntwana kwamele abhalwe namagama wabazali.
I will pause here for now and then ask you to read paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6 must be deleted if no questions are put to the suspect. If the suspect indicates that he or she is not willing to answer any questions, this refusal must be recorded. In the space below paragraph 6, the suspect may thereafter not be questioned further. Any reason given by the suspect for the refusal to answer questions must also be recorded.
Okay.
Should I proceed?
Sorry.
Uma ingabe umsolwa yena athi akazimiselanga ukuqhubeka nalokho kwamele kubhalwe ukuthi uthe akazimiselanga ukuqhubeka. Uma ingabe uphana ngezizathu nazo kwamele zibhalwe lezo izathu ukuthi ingani umsolwa athi akasazimiselanga ukuqhubeka ngaleso statement.
It's fine with paragraph A, B, and C. And then let's go above to paragraph 5A, if the suspect is willing to make a statement.
But not willing to make it, okay. If the suspect is willing to make a statement but not willing to make the statement to the member, the suspect may personally see to the drawing up of a statement or make a statement to a magistrate or justice of the peace.
Uma ingabe umsolwa engazimiselanga ukwenza istatement kuyiphoyisa lo msolwa loyo angahle yena ngokwakhe azibhalele sona leso statement noma angasenza phambi komanje.
B, of the same paragraph, paragraph 5.
If neither of these choices are acceptable to the suspect and he or she has another proposal, it should be recorded as E.
Uma ingabe lezi zinto ezibhalwe la azikho mhlawumbe umsolwa uthi yena akazimiselanga ukuthi angayenza noma yini elaphayana kwamele kubhalwe ukuthi yena ke uthi ufisa ukuthi lesi statement kwenziwe njani ngaso.
Okay. Thank you for now. Those are the paragraphs that I wanted you to read into the record. Let's now go to the transcript, my lord, of the 28th of November 2023. It's the examination in chief during trial within and trial of the witness. I've asked the state to make a copy available to the witness.
Yes, I have the copy, madam.
Then page 9 of the same transcript, line number 17. I'll read it into the record so that we can be fast.
Okay.
This was your response. My lord, yes, so thereafter I have put to him that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the killing Senzo Meyiwa. His response, my lord, amounted to a confession.
I see that, my lord.
And then, I think I also asked this question yesterday, but now I'm asking in respect of what you said in your examination in chief, that what was said by the accused amounted to a confession. What is it that was said by the accused which amounted to a confession? Because I think this is your interpretation to say, my lord, what the accused said amounted. So I want to see it clearly, what is it that was said by accused at that time?
To refer to you, are you aware of a... Sorry, Rose. I want to discuss only those decisions only. Hunter is the biggest. No, but I want to say to you, are you aware of the fact that when you are asking this witness to repeat what your client has said, then that evidence could possibly be applicable in this court determining the admissibility or otherwise of the confession?
Thank you, my lord. Can I just rephrase the question? Brigadier, it is correct that the accused responded when you're speaking to him in respect of this passage which I've referred you to?
That is correct, my lord.
Iqiniswa ngithi ukuthi umsolwa uye waphendula njengoba bengikade ngifunda ngithi uthe umsolwa impendulo yakhe ubone ukuthi ingathi usekazi ufuna ukugonyuluka uthi yebo.
Was that recorded anywhere in this form or in any document? Was it recorded?
Well, let's start with the form, my lord. I think I've explained that the form was not present at that time. It was an interview, and the interview I had with him was summarized in the diary, because a diary, council knows it. You summarize basically the events, not like writing a statement, but in statements, if the question then goes further, is it documented anywhere? Yes, in statement, various statements, it appears in the investigation diaries. I even referred to Mr. Ngumalo, 178, 179, 180. It appears. But the form, because that's the start of the question, this form, as I said, is not a prescribed form, and I was not taking a warning statement, it was an interview. No, it was not completed.
Lento ayikhulumile iye yabhalwa na kule form leyana uthi cha ayibhalwanga.
Okay, and then let's go further on the same page wherein you say, I then asked him obviously after the discussion, my lord, as to whether he would be willing freely and voluntarily to make such a statement to an independent officer. How did the accused become aware of the independent officer that we are referring to?
Because I asked him, I told him, I asked him, as it says here, my lord, I asked him that will he be, exactly as it says. I then asked him, obviously, after the discussion, my lord, as to whether he will be willing freely and voluntarily to make such a statement to an independent officer. That's exactly how it was, because I was aware that he's making a confession, and such confession, in my view, was being made freely and voluntarily. Now, as for best practice rule, my lord, I prefer that an independent officer should be the one taking it. So I wanted to establish from him if he'd be willing to do that, and the answer was yes.
And also,
Umsolo manje waze kanjani ngalo muntu omunye ozimele lobo kade umbuza ngaye ukuthi uzimisela ukuthi angayogululuka kumuntu ozimele ongekho la. Uthi ubrigadier ingalendlela ngichaza ngakhona ukuthi ithema iqedwe ukukhuluma ngambuza ke ukuthi uzimisela ukuthi lento ungitshela yona ungayoyitshela omunye umuntu ozimele ongekho lapha phakathi kwethu ulawumangalo la wathi yebo.
In other words, Sir Counsel, in other words, my lord, what he told me, I knew that it has to be documented so that it becomes some form of evidence that we can use. And the best practice that one thought of at the time was to have such evidence documented by an independent officer. So that is how this issue of an independent person comes in, my lord.
Ngoba lento lebe kade ayisho ngiye ngabona ukuthi kwamele ibhalwe ngahle isetshenziswe njengobufakazi, ingakho ngiye ngathi kuzawufuneka ukuthi kutholakale umuntu ozimele ongekho la kule ngxoxo yethu.
and also during that interview, that conversation that you are just referring to was also not recorded, that you have explained to the accused about this issue of independent officer. It was not recorded during that interview. It was oral.
No, but recorded where, my lord? Perhaps the question to be specific, because I said I've summarized my interaction with the accused in my diary. Subsequent to that, there were statements under oath that I've made. Some I had to read here at the request of Mr. Ngomezulu, the investigation diary. So it depends. If the question is to say they are not recorded on the warning statement that counsel referred me to, the answer is yes, because I didn't use the warning statement. But to say they are not recorded, they are recorded, my lord, in various cases.
Manje lezinto lezi ozikhulumayo akukho la zibhalwe khona uthi ubrigadier zikukhona la ngibhale khona nangokho ngingabhalanga kule ncwadi le eyokubhala istatement ngoba mina ngiye ngabhala ngamafuphi kwi-diary yami futhi ngiyenze ne-statement la ngifunge khona ukuthi lento engiyishoyo kuyiqiniso elezinto ezenzakele.
In your diary, if you are referring to the diary, that this right was explained to the accused that he can be taken to an independent person. I've gone through your diary. If maybe you can assist me if there is a line I skipped which says the accused was appraised of the right that he can be taken to an independent person. I'm talking about the independent person here.
Yes. Yeah, my lord, it might not have come up as independent. As I said, it's a diary, but it is specific that I contacted Colonel Mboto. I even mentioned his number and specifically mentioned on the diary that he was to assist with the statement. It's the same entry when it comes to Lieutenant Colonel Rapado. One is to take into account the space I was working on, and counsel have the copy of my diary. But the mentioning of the independent officers are mentioned there. including their contact details, to show that this was done. The issues of rights being given to the accused are also mentioned, but of course, because it's a diary, my lord, you can't, it's not like making a statement like I'm saying. The space is congested, so you sum up, but independent person is there, the contact number of that person is there, the issues of rights is there. It is clear that it was an arrangement for the confession.
Uthi-ke ummeli le ndaba le yomuntu ozimele phecelezi independent person ayikho la ibhalwe khona la kwidari yakho. Ngiyibukile idayari yakho uma iphendula ubrigadier uthi yebo, ngoba la kwidayari ngangikade ngibhala ngamafuphi izinto ezikhulunyiwe, futhi ngibhalile nokuthi uzoyisiwa nangu kuphoyisa elithize, ngabhala namanamba wakhe ngoba ngangikade ngisonga la kwidayari. Akusukuthi bengibhala yonke into ngoba ispace sedayari sincane, kodwa kwi-statement ngiyathemba ukuthi kukhona la ngibhalile khona.
Let's move further to page 12 of the same transcript. Line number 12 to 18, can you read it into the record?
My lord, can I ask counsel to assist me reading that, so that perhaps for the sake, if you don't mind, counsel.
You can read it. It's your word. It's your evidence. This is your evidence. Can you read it for the record?
Which part? That's what I'm referring to.
Page 12,
Yes.
line number 12, wherein it says, Mr. Kininda, my lord, they handed the suspect, accused one, to me.
Yes.
Yes, that one.
And I asked him if he was fine or if he had any complaint. He said he was fine, my lord, and there was no complaint from him. I further asked him, my lord, if he will still be willing to point out the following day. I was very specific, a witch doctor that came up in our discussion, and the answer was yes, he is willing to do that freely and voluntarily, my lord.
Ngiye ngambuza ke uma elethwa kimi umsolwa ukuthi yena ulungile na, wathi yebo akanaso isikhalazo, futhi ngambuza ukuthi usazimisele na ukuthi kusasa kwakhona angahle akhombe inyanga le besikade sikhuluma ngayo, yena wathi yebo.
I understood on the previous questions regarding an independent person, you said that was not specifically recorded in the diary. But then now I'm moving further down to the stage wherein the accused now was indicating that he wants to do the pointing out. Was that also recorded during the interview or not?
My lord, perhaps maybe I should read the entry of the 30th so the council can understand when I say you summarize. And I've made this copy available. For example, on the issues of the 30th, that is regard to accused number 1. On one page, you have 30 and 31 on one page. So the columns are very small, my lord. There is no way you can document a diary as if you're writing a statement. You sum up the context. Then you go to, for example, the investigation done. Then, of course, in the statement, you will go into details. What, for example, my lord, the 30th of May, it says, first it refers to the case number, then it indicates that I got a report from Captain Yenze, Sergeant Mukula, that the suspect, Moses Sibia, has been arrested for the case of drug dealing, possession of unlicensed ammunition. I went to interview the suspect at Phosphorus.
Sorry, my apologies, my lord, for intervening. I have not asked you, Brigadier, to read the content of the 31st May 2020, what we have written here. I have been specifically asking you if this right, which was elected by the accused, I'm very particular, it was recorded that he has now elected to make a pointing out. In other words, I'm asking a recording in respect of the pointing out, not the whole recordings that you made on that particular day.
But my lord, that's exactly where I was going, because if you read further, because what transpired on the 31st started on the 30th, and then if you go further with the statement, it indicates that he was warned according to his constitutional rights. That's exactly where I was, because it flows from there. Then on the 31st, the day in question, That's where it indicates the issues of the witch doctor, but the starting point starts on the 31st. So the person is warned on the 31st, then it's an ongoing process. So you can't just jump on it to the 31st. It starts here on the 30th. I was not with the accused on the 31st. I was with him on the 30th. I interviewed him. I gave him his constitutional rights as prescribed by the Constitution, and then things started flowing.
Manje ke ummeli ubekade ethi ubrigadier angafundi lezinto azibhalile ngoba ufuna ukuchazelwa nje ukuthi nale ndaba le yekuthi ufuna ukuyokhomba uye wachaziselwa namalungelo uthi ubrigadier bengifunda ngithi ngifuna ukubonisa kona lokho ukuthi uma usewuyehla ngalokho ngikubhalile kula ukuthi nakhona kula uye kuyachazwa ke ukuthi ummangalelwa uye watshelwa ke amalungelo wakhe ngaphambi kokuthi ayenze lo yakhomba njengoba ebuza.
Okay, but Brigadier, whether it's overlapping from the 30th to the 31st, I'm just being specific to the time when the interview was done regarding the pointing out, wherein he indicated that he wanted to do the pointing out.
But my lord, that's not how confessions are done. I think that's the point I'm trying to get you to answer. When you interview, when you interview a person and you establish, for example, you want to establish, I was not taking a formal confession. Kennedy Mboto is the one who would have documented what he did. I interviewed him to establish whether he is not under threat, he wants to speak to me freely and voluntarily and without any undue influence. When I was satisfied with that, is to refer him. There is no prescribed rule that says, I've never seen it, that when you interview a person, before you refer him to an independent officer, you must document everything. Then I'm taking the confession, my lord. Then I might as well set with a form, recorded each and every answer, and that document would have amounted to me taking the confession, because that was the essence. But for the best practice rule, you refer to someone so that that evidence at least has some credibility, because I was seized with this matter. My taking of the confession could have been viewed differently, no matter how objective it was. That's how it's done, my lord. I've never seen a situation where, because that's what I'm getting from counsel, that I was supposed to sit with a form or a piece of paper and say, I'm giving him this right and I'm documenting it here. I'm giving him this right, then I'm taking the confession. Precisely what I was trying to avoid by appointing or requesting an independent officer.
Ubrigadier uchaza ke indlela ekuthi usebenze ngayo. Uthi ke yena wayekade ebuza imibuzo ukubona ukuthi umsolo uzimisele ukukhuluma futhi akaphoqwanga futhi akashawanga noma akunanto ekuthi imenze ukuthi agcine sekazimisela ukukhuluma. Yena wayekade engabhali phansi ngoba ubekade engathathi leso statement, ingakho egcine sekuthi ufuna umuntu wesithathu ukuthi kube uyena ozothatha leso statement. Yena bekade ehlola nje ukuthi umsolwa akusokuthi uphoqiwe noma ushayiwe ukuze azoyenza lesi statement.
Very good, Brigadier. Thank you for that explanation. So it was not recorded because it's not the best practice rule that it must be done like that. Thank you.
No, Counsel, please. I'm saying, when I say recording, I'm saying I did not take the formal confession statement.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
what you're asking me to say, I should have said, do you understand your right to remain silent? And I document it. In my view and my understanding, then it means I would have had to start completing a confession statement. And precisely for the best practice rule, I did not want to do that because I was seized with this matter. I wanted someone independent, provided, of course, the accused was willing to do that freely voluntarily. And that's the impression I got, and hence I referred him to Kennedy Mboto.
Thank you. I heard you loud and clear.
Manje ke ubrigadier uthi yena akazange abhale phansi njengoba bekabuza imibuzo ngoba bekuzogcina kuba ingathi yena manje uyena othatha lesi statement esifuna kwenzwa umsolwa, yena ingakho agcine sekuthi ube kade emnikela komunye umuntu wesithathu.
Brigadier, if I follow your examination in chief in this transcript and from the pages that I've referred to you, this interview between yourself and accused number one, wherein he indicated that he wanted to make a pointing out, happened in the middle of the night when he was taken back from Kennedy Mboto. Am I correct?
No.
He was taken back from Colonel Mboto back to your office.
Correct.
Yes, am I correct?
Yeah, but you're not correct to say the interview. As I said, the interview started earlier. When he was brought back, it was simply to establish if he was fine because he was coming from Colonel Mboto, and the answer was yes. And to establish, after warning him, if he was still wanting to assist with, or rather do the pointing out of the witch doctor. When the answer was affirmative, then that's when I referred him that Sergeant Mohula will talk to him tomorrow, but if he should change his mind or want to consult, then he can inform her. So what happened when he came back from Colonel Mboto was a follow-up of what was discussed earlier before he went to Colonel Mboto.
Manje ke ukuyicacisa kahle umsolwa bengikade ngikhulume naye ngaphambi kokuthi ayisiwe kuKennel Mboto. Uma ebuya ngingambuza nakhona futhi ukuthi ubekade esafuna na ukuqhubeka, ubekade esazimisele wathi yebo, ingakho ke ngingamtshela ukuthi uzoyisiwa ke ku Sergeant Moholo ukuze aqhubeke. Nakhona ngamcebisa ukuthi uma ingabe kusasa kwakhona uma ungasafuni ukuqhubeka ungasho bese ngizothola leyo mpendulo leyo.
Okay, let me try not to confuse you, Brigadier. I'll take you a little bit back to the same page, line number 2, so that maybe you can recall. Number 2, you testified in your examination in chief on the same page that so then after a few minutes, suppose maybe 10 to 15 minutes, they then arrive back. This is now Constable Monareng with this member as well as with accused number 1, my lord. So it means the accused is taken back to you.
That's what I said, my lord.
Yes,
That's what I said earlier.
Ngisho njalo ukuthi umsolwa uye walethwa ebuyiswa kimi, ebuyiswa uMonareng nomunye lo bekasebenza naye.
So what you are referring to in pages 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 happened, transpired when the suspect was brought back to you after the statement had been taken from Colonel Mboto.
My lord, as I'm saying, the conversation of the witch doctor started earlier. The discussions when he was brought back, I think after midnight, was very short. It was, as I said, and I'm repeating it again, my lord, it was to establish if he was fine, which that the answer was affirmative, and whether he would still be willing to carry on with the pointing out of the witch doctor the following day. It was not the start of the conversation. It was already discussed earlier before he went to Colonel Mboto.
Ingxoxo yenyanga ayiqalanga uma sekabuya kuKennel Mboto bese sesikhulumile ngayo ngaphambi kokuthi aye kuKennel Mboto yokuthi uthi ufuna ukuyokhomba lenyanga leyana. Uma ebuya bengisafuna ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi usazimisele na ukuthi ayokhomba leyanyanga lebekakhuluma ngayo ngaphambi kokuthi aye kuKennel Mboto.
Okay, let's move further to page 13 of the same transcript, line number 21 to 24.
Page 13.
Page 13, yes, page 13.
Yeah, but my page 13 ends at paragraph 20. My page 13 ends at 20.
Yeah, that's line 20, which says was like, you know. That's line 20. Line number 21, line 22, 23, 24, 25. The last line is the one which says, Mr. Baloyi, what time did you part ways with him?
Okay, but Council, what I'm saying is in the transcript that I have, I only have paragraph 20. I don't have 21. Is that what you want me to read? I don't have paragraph 21 yet.
It's the line.
Line 20.
20.
Okay.
It's
So
the
should
line
I read
20.
from line 20 downwards?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry about this.
Okay, no, it's fine, Council. So was line...
I meant paragraph 20, line number 20.
I understand.
Yes.
Was like, you know, when you want or when something has been taken off
Okay,
your
sorry, can you start, sorry to disturb you, can you start a bit to line number 19 where it says he was looking better than when he was like, just to complete the sentence. Line 19, just above 20.
He was looking better than when he was like, you know, when you want or when something has been taken off your shoulders. But other than that, my lord, there was no sign of fear, concern, or threats that I detected when I observed him. And I also did not see any visible injuries when I was talking to him, my lord.
Okay. Thank you.
Ubekade ebukeka engcono kufane nokuthi uke wabona umuntu uma kunomthwalo osukile emahlombe kuye kodwa bekungenampawu noma izimpawu zokuthi ubekade ethukile noma enganelisekanga.
And you also checked him if he had any visible injuries, am I correct?
Well, not physically by observing. Yes, I did observe, but I did not. If the question is to say I checked him, like I physically examined him, no, but I didn't see any visible injuries.
Uye wamhlola na nokuthi ubekade elimele uthi ukumhlola mina ukumthinta angizange kodwa ngokumbona ngingambona ukuthi akukho la ukuthi ulimele khona.
Okay. According to your knowledge, Brigadier, as the lead investigator, was the accused taken to the district surgeon before and after the statement to Colonel Mboto was taken?
No, he wasn't.
Umsolwa uye wayisiwa na kudokotela noma inyanga eyomhlola ngaphambi kokuthi aye kuKolonel Mboto nangemva kokuthi abuye kuKolonel Mboto uthi cha akazange ayisiwe.
Do you see that if the accused was taken to a district surgeon, the doctor would have been a neutral person to examine accused number one and to confirm if there were any complaint of assault made by accused number one? The doctor, meaning that by neutrality, I mean he was not part of the police if he was taken to the doctor. The doctor would have recorded the J88, record if there were any injuries, visible or old, and also any complaint that was made.
Yes, my lord. So I think one needs to look at the requirements of making a confession, and that it must be made freely, voluntarily, without any undue influence. Nowhere does it say the person must be taken to a district surgeon as a requirement. Now, I know other police officers, perhaps they want to do that practice. It varies from person to person. Others may even want to take photos during the admission. But insofar as the requirement, you need to satisfy yourself that the person before you is willing to make this confession freely, voluntarily, without any undue influence, and he understands his constitutional rights. I was satisfied with that, my lord, when I referred him to Colonel Mboto. I do not think there's a provision that says he must be taken to a medical doctor before the confession is taken.
Mhlawumbe uma singabheka ukuthi uthini umthetho ngoba mina ngolwami ulwazi awukho umthetho othi umuntu ngaphambi kokuthi ayoyenza leso statement kwamele ayisiwe kudokotela ayomhlola bese nangemva kokuthi asenze istatement bese uyabuyiselwa kudokotela ukuthi iyomhlola. Abanye bayenzi lokho kodwa mina ngokwami ngiye ngambheka ngambona ukuthi umsolwa yena wayekade engenazo impawu zokulimala naye ngambuza wathi akalimalanga akashawanga kodwa abanye bayakwenza lokho akusukuthi kwamele kwenziwe ukuya ngomthetho.
And my lord, I believe the officers who were involved, beside the magistrate who were involved in the taking of these confessions are senior officers, my lord. If they detected assault or anything, I really doubt and do not believe that they would have proceeded with the taking down of these confessions, because that would have been the case with me. If I picked up that he was assaulted or he gave me any indication that he was threatened, there is no way I would have said, go and see the doctor and then go and do the confession, because that would not have been made freely voluntary. That would have been the end of it, except the reporting of the case and obviously steps being taken against the perpetrators.
Futhi ke ngiyathemba ukuthi nalamaphoyisa lawa athathe lezi statement zabasolwa abantu ekuthi bona bangocwepheshe esiphoyiseni futhi bakhulu nasemsebenzini wabo akusibona abantu abekade bengathi uma umsolwa bembona ukuthi ushayiwe noma uthuselwe bangaqhubeka bathathe lezo statement. Ngiyathemba ukuthi nami njengoba ngiyengambona ukuthi lo muntu akashawanga akathuselwanga ngiye ngathi kuqhutshekwe ingakho nabo ngiyacabanga ukuthi nabo baqhubeke ngenxa yokuthi uma bembona babone ukuthi akathuselwanga futhi akashawanga ingakho baye baqhubeka.
Okay, so in other words, there was no need of taking the accused to the district surgeon because the statement was made to a senior officer.
No, but that's not what I said, my lord.
Oh.
I think the last part counsel is referring to is the last part of my testimony. I started with the requirements of making a confession. And I articulated what is it that I understand to be the requirement. And that is a statement must be made freely, voluntarily, without any undue influence. I'm repeating it, I don't know how many times with due respect, my lord. And I said, accused must also be aware of his constitutional rights. Accused 1 and 2, when I interviewed them, they were aware of these rights. And the impression I got, they were willing to make the statements freely and voluntarily, my lord. And I said, which is also a repetition, there is no rule that says a medical doctor, accused must be taken to a medical doctor for examination before the requirements of taking a confession are met. I'm not aware of that, my lord.
Ungizwe kahle mmeli mina angithi umsolwa akayiswanga kwinyanga yesilungu phecelezi i-medical doctor ngoba wayekade ekhuluma kwiphoyisa eliphakeme ngomsebenzi wakhe. Mina ngithi akayiswanga ngoba angibonanga impawu okokuqala uma ngikhuluma naye nanoma ebuya angizibonanga impawu zokuthi ulimele noma uthuselwe.
Okay. Thank you, Brigadier, for that response. Let's move further to page 24 of the same transcript. Page 24.
Yes, my lord, I'm there.
Yes, it starts from line number 21, but I want to refer you to line number 25. Maybe you can just read the whole paragraph which says, Mr. Kininda, then my lord, on the 4th.
On the 4th of June 2020, I approached the accused, approached the accused 1 in Valeria, warned him according to his constitutional rights and established if he was still willing to do the formal pointing out of the crime scene. The answer was yes, and he also indicated that he did not need an attorney as well, my lord.
Yes.
Mina ke ngalelo langa ngiye ngakhuluma nomsolwa ngambuza ukuthi usazimisele na ukuyokhomba indawo la kwenzakele isehlakalo. Yena wathi yebo futhi akafuni ummeli.
This was also not recorded, that he elected not to appoint a legal representative.
Recorded where, my lord? Because I've said, it's documented in my statement. There's a summary of the events on the 4th, because on the 4th, the diary which I made available to defense has a summary. I did indicate this is a diary, but in statements and various statements that we disclosed to the defense, my lord, it's indicated. It's indicated there. It's only this form, the warning statement, that was not used.
Nako lokho futhi akubhalwanga phansi ukuthi umsolwa uthe yena akafuni ummeli. Uthi bengingabhala phansi kuphi ngoba njengoba sengichazile ukuthi kwi-diary ngibhale ngamafuphi ukuthi benginomsolwa sakhuluma futhi kwi-statement zami ke kula ukuthi kuye kwabhalwa ngokugcwala ukuthi ngikhulume naye sakhuluma ngani. Kulesiya statement esibizwa i-warning statement kula ukuthi angizange ngisebenzise.
Thank you. Let's go down further on the same page, page 25, line number 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It goes up to the following page 26, line number 1, 2, and 3.
My lord, so it reads as follows, my lord. It says, my lord, after getting the confirmation that he still wants to proceed freely and voluntarily, I then made a few calls until I got to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, who was prepared to assist with the pointing out. My lord, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe said he can assist the following day, which is the 5th of June 2020, and he requested that accused 1 should be detained at Alberton SAPS where he will then make arrangements to book him out and carry on with the formal pointing out.
Yeah,
My
but-
lord- sorry, should I carry on the last
No,
paragraph? Oh.
it's fine with that line.
Ngemva kokuthi
Thank you.
sengikhulume naye umsolwa ke ngemva kokuthi sekashilo ukuthi yebo uyafuna ukuqhubeka ngengashaya ucingo ngifunana nabantu ngagcina sengithole uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe oye wathi yena uzimisela ukuthi angasiza kodwa uzosiza ngelanga elilandelelayo yena waqhubeka wacela ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala abekwe esiphoyiseni sase Albertine kulayi ukuthi yena uzoza azomlanda khona la.
Brigadier, at what time did you make this call? If you can recall, if you can't recall, just
I think it would have been during the day, my lord. I can't really be precise with the time, but I know that it would have been during the day.
Loliya cingo ulishaye ngobani isikhathi uthi nangokho ngeke ngikhumbule isikhathi kodwa ngiyacabanga ukuthi bekade kusemini.
were there any persons that you were with when you were making this call to Colonel Hadebe?
No, I don't recall, my lord. What I know is that I spoke to him because I even documented the cell number he was using that time in 2020 where I reached him.
Bekunabantu na abewukade unabo ngalesikhathi ushaya lolo cingo uthi angikhumbuli lokho kodwa ngibhalile inombolo yakhe yocingo le bekade eyisebenzisa ngalo nyaka ka2020.
And we have no records of the conversation between yourself and Colonel Hadebe when you were requesting him to make the pointing out.
What type of recordings, my lord? Perhaps council can clarify. It's recorded. I have it in my diary, and it's recorded in statements to say there was such a discussion. I'm not sure what more council is asking me, my lord.
I think you were using telephone, am I correct?
Yes, I was, my lord.
Uthi ke sine record la ukuthi wena wawukade ukhuluma nabo labo bantu uyabuza ubrigadier ukuthi mhlawumbe mawungangicacisela ukhuluma ngayiphi irecord uthi ummeli ngokade usebenzisa ucingwa ngisho uthi yena.
Yes, then I'm referring to that conversation, Brigadier. I think you'll understand better because you are the investigating officer. I'm referring to that conversation that was made between one handset to another handset, that we do not have the content of the conversation, what was said by you to Colonel Hadebe.
No, we don't have it in the docket, my lord, but I'm not aware of the requirements that such conversations must be, because you must profile those things, you apply. I'm not aware that that was supposed to be now requested. And in any event, my lord, what we're going to have is actually the linkages that shows that there was a call from my phone to Lieutenant Hadebe. The actual recording, it's another dilemma. It's actually interception, monitoring. So I'm not sure how was I going to get the exact weight unless both our phones are intercepted. But there are regulations to do that. So it's not something you can just take and put on the docket. You apply, they are regulated. And they are people's rights. I mean, I didn't ask Colonel Hadebe to violate his rights in this instance. I was only asking him to assist if he can with the pointing out, not to infringe his rights to privacy. And I was not aware that I was supposed now to go to his records and draw that communication and intercept his phone, my lord. I'm not aware of that, really, with greatest respect.
Uthumeli ke asinalo ke lolo leyo nkulumo enibe nayo wena no Colonel Hadebe ngoba ayikho la ukuthi siye sayizwa khona noma satshelwa ngayo. Uthi ubrigadier mina lokho engwaziyo ukuthi uma ingabe udinga irecord enjalo kwamele ufake isicelo ukuthi uzodinga irecord enjalo kodwa angizange ngibe naso leso sicelo futhi bengingazi ukuthi kuzodingeka ukuthi kube naleyo record yenkulumo yami naye ngoba mina ngazi ukuthi amalungelo wakhe wokuthi umuntu unelungelo lokuthi makakhulume nomunye umuntu bese kugcina khona lapho bengingazanga ukuthi bekwameleke ngidonse irecord leyo ngiyophenya ukuthi sithole irecord yaleyo nkulumo.
My lord, can I ask for the short break? The heat is unbearable where I'm standing, my lord. Just a short break, just to breathe out and
What time did it say?
6 minutes past 12.
Okay, let's come back at 12:30.
Thank you, ma'am.
uthe uma ukhuluma nomsolo wesibini yena uye wathi ubekade engafisi ukuba nommeli okuchaza ukuthi nge-18 nange-19 wayekade engenammeli uthi yebo iqiniso.
Okay. When did you become aware that the accused number 2 was represented by Mr. Mjiako?
On the 23rd of June, 2020, my lord.
Waze nini ukuthi ummangalelo wesibini ubekade emelwe ummeli uMjiyako uthi nge-23 zika June 2020?
Okay, where?
Where he was detained in the holding cells, my lord. In Pretoria North or Mort, my lord. It's documented in my diary, my lord, which I gave to the defense.
Waze kuphi uthi la umsolo wayekade eboshwe khona ePretoria North noma eMort bekade ibhaliwe kwi-diary yakhe?
Yeah, Mr. Gininda is a senior member of the SAPS. You have given the information to the defense, but the information given to the defense cannot just testify for itself. You are here to testify.
No, but I testified about it. I led this evidence in my evidence in chief, my lord, and Mr. Mgomuzili asked me about it. So I'm repeating myself over and over again on what I was asked by the defense counsel for 1 and 2. It's a repetition of what was put to me by Mr. Mgomuzili after I led this evidence in chief. If I recall, my lord, there was even a time where the court ordered that all defense counsel must actually peruse the diary physically before copies were made. Subsequent to that, because I was dealing with that part in my evidence in chief, I dealt with it with Mr. Mgomezulu. Now I'm repeating the same thing. So it's not the first time I'm saying this, my lord.
Lento engishoyo angiqala ukuyisho ngoba ngiye ngabuzwa ummeli uMngomezulu engibuza imibuzo ngayo le ndaba ye-diary, futhi inkantolo iye yathi abameli babone le diary ukuthi kubhalweni, into ekuthi ibe iseke yachazwa. Angiqale ukukhuluma ngayo.
Was it your first time to see or to meet with Mr. Mjiako on that day?
Yes, it was. I didn't know him from time immemorial. That was the first time for me, my lord, to see him.
Boqala ukuhlangana nomnumzana uMjiyako ngalelo langa uthi yebo bengiqala.
Brigadier, you'll answer this question if you know. Do you know that Mjiako has been a member of the SAPS up until 2017?
No,
2016, sorry.
No, I wouldn't know, my lord.
You don't know that?
No, I wouldn't know. We didn't discuss that.
And
we are not acquainted, and I never worked with him. If he was in the police, I certainly didn't come across him or interacted with him in any matter for that matter.
And in this matter, when you were in, sorry.
You may proceed.
Okay. In this matter, when you were investigating this matter, you testified that you were working with the Crime Intelligence Unit. Am I correct?
I said it was driven, crime intelligence driven operation. So there was intelligence gathering that was present. That's correct, my lord.
Ukwazi nawo ukuthi uMjiyako uke waba yiphoyisa fikela ngo-2016 uthi cha bengingazi uthi angaze ngikhulume naye ngalokho besikade singahlobenanga ngalokho thina sihlangene nje ezomela umsolo wesibini, futhi uthe naleli cala leli bekade kunabaphenyi abangocwepheshe uthi yebo lolu phenyo kuhlangene bekade kunabaphenyi abangocwepheshe futhi.
And Mjiako was working in the Unit of Crime Intelligence Unit. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know, my lord. As I said, and I'm repeating it without fear of contradiction, my lord, I've never worked with him. If he was in the police, I've never come across him. That was my first time, my lord.
Please, my lord. My learned friend is putting it as a fact. I don't know what the basis of, putting it so strongly or elevating this to a fact that Mr. Mjiako worked for crime intelligence. If my learned friend can perhaps lay the basis for that submission.
Thank you, my lord. Can I proceed to the next question, my lord? Lastly, Brigadier, have you ever been accused in your years of service? Have you ever been accused of forcing people to confess and to make statement.
Please, my lord, we submit that that question is inadmissible. It's character evidence, and
As the court presents, my lord, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Uthi sekaqedile ke ummeli ukubuza ubrigadier imibuzo.
Any re-exam?
indeed, my lord. Brigadier Mr. Mgomezulu, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, put it to you that that is now regarding the events of the 19th of June 2020. He put it to you that perhaps let's deal with the events of the 24th of June 2020. After the statement was made to a magistrate, he put it to you that after the alleged confession on the 24th of June 2020, accused number 2 was taken to an industrial area near Germiston where he was assaulted and he bled, and blood stains spilled on the confession documents. And he further put it to that the documents that accused number 2 signed must have some blood stains. Now, if I can request you to take out the confession, exhibit JJ, that accused number 2 made to a magistrate, and just page by page, just to show it to the court and court personnel as to whether there's any evidence of blood stains on that document.
Indeed, my
Sorry,
lord.
my lord, may I just correct the state in terms of what I actually initially put to the presiding officer to say the document.
Put it to me.
No, the presiding officer, Mrs. Grenier.
I see.
That was put as a version of accused number 2. Was that the document that Mrs. Grenier, that she was in possession of, is not the same document, because the document that accused number 2 alleges that when he signed the document, he was bleeding and blood stains, the blood spilled on the pages. It was put straightforward to say that document is not the same document.
So there are 2 documents signed then?
Apparently,
Wait,
according
wait,
to the
wait.
version.
By inference of logic,
Yeah.
if you're saying the one which Mrs. Grenier had, it was signed.
It was not signed.
It was signed at the dump there, was it not?
My lord,
No, let's recapitulate the evidence.
Yes.
So you're saying Mrs. Grenier never signed as a justice of the peace?
no, let me just remind the court about
Okay.
the evidence of and what was put to Mrs. Grenier.
Okay, fine.
What accused number 2 signed is the pro forma of that document, but not the statement. And when it was put to her that document you are in possession of must have been seen by stains, because accused number 2 bled when he signed that
Yeah,
document.
I
That
understand.
two
Sorry.
document.
I understand you well.
Yes.
The imputation is that that document was signed outside of the
The
personal
office.
presence of Ms.
Mrs.
Grenier.
Grenier.
Is that not
That's-
so? Yes.
that's correct.
I understand English very well.
Thank you very much.
And that follows then that when it was signed, wherever you say it was signed, it must have blood stains.
That's correct.
That's it. So you can pursue that, because unless you're saying to me there are 2 sets of pro forma forms or 2 sets of
No,
of
that's not what- no, my lord.
if there's one document, it's entitled to revisit that, Mr. Aloy.
As a court, please, Brigadier, if you can just show the document page by page to the court and court personnel as to whether there's any evidence of blood stains on it.
But also, this is page 1 of the form, original form. There's no blood stain. It's the second page. There's also no blood stain or any stain whatsoever, my lord. Third page, same situation, no blood stain. Fourth page, my lord, no blood stain or any marks whatsoever. Next page, my lord, there's also no blood stain. The next page as well, my lord, it's the same situation, no blood stains. Page after that, my lord, with the same situation, there's no blood stain. The next page after that, my lord, same situation, there are no blood stains. Page that follows that, and that's a certificate by the interpreter, there's no blood stain, my lord. Copies of the IDs of the officials who were there, no blood stain, my lord. The next one as well, there are no blood stains. The third one is well of the officials with the day stamp of the court, there are no blood stains. The actual document, the statement, my lord, here is it, there are no blood stains on it. The next page of the statement, there are no blood stains. Third page of the document, my lord, it doesn't contain any blood stains as well. Fourth page of the statement does not contain any blood stain. Fifth page of the statement, my lord, by accused 2 does not contain any blood stain. And the 7th page document, which is the last one, also does not contain any blood stains, my lord, or any stains, my lord, that cannot be explained.
Uthi umshushisi uyakhumbula ukuthi ummeli kammangalelo wesibini uye wakubuza ngalesiya statement lesi ummangalelo wesibini ewathi uye washawa la ukuthi ithe makasayina kuye kwachaphazeleka igazi kulesi statement lesiyana lesi ebesikade sikumantshi uthi ake ubonise inkantolo uphinde ubonise na wonke umuntu ola enkantolo ukuthi ngempela leyo ncwadi leyo ikhona ena lokho kuchaphazeleka kwegazi uyaphehla ubrigadier uyabonisa uthi kuwo wonke amaphepha la awaphethe akukho la kubonakanisa ukuchaphazeleka kwegazi.
Doctors, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
Oh, okay.
11:01.
What's the time now?
11 minutes past 1.
Oh, okay. Come back at 2.
That's a good.
So we are
2 o'clock.
All right.
esiphoyiseni ubekade eqala ke ukuhlangana naye esiphoyiseni ngaleso sikhathi ngaphandle kokuthi wayekade ekhulume naye ocingweni.
Now, Mr. Mgumuzulu further put it to that accused number 2 was forced to put a thumbprint on each of those pages that you mentioned, those 8 pages or so. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so my lord, I was not there, like I said. What I received from Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was a statement, the performer together with this attachment, complete, not in pieces. A day or 2 days later, when I met him for the first time, there was no indication that 2 sets of documents were given. I got 1 set from him, but prior to that, I have not come across him at any time of my life, my lord.
Njengoba kuthiwa nginikwe amaphepha ahlukile cha akulona iqiniso Nkosi yenkantolo ngoba mina ngithole amaphepha ebekade ehlangene kusuka kuye uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu bengade ngiqala nokuhlangana naye futhi nalamaphepha unginike wona ahlangene.
Except for the version about the thumbprints, nothing was put to you regarding the signature. Is the document signed?
Yes, it is signed, my lord, by the Colonel Colonel Rapadu and the deponent, which is supposed to be accused too, because it's a signature next to his thumbprint, my lord.
Manje ke ngaphandle kwa lesithupha ummangalelo wesibini athi yena uphoqiwe ukuthi asibeke kulesi statement. Kusayiniwe na uthi yebo kusayiniwe uColonel Rapadu nalo muntu obekade ekhuluma lesi statement ekuwummangalelo wesibili.
On which pages?
So on all pages, my lord. Signed the same page, in other words, from page 1 to page 8, it's a thumbprint. Next to it, there's a signature. Colonel Rapadu also signed. So you see that from page 1 right up to the last page. There's no break of sequence, my lord. It's a flow of events.
Wonke amapage asayiniwe futhi kunesithupha esibekiwe khona lapho.
Now, it was put to you regarding the events of the 21st of June 2020, it was put to you that you met accused number 2 at Primrose Police Station, that you apologized to him.
Sorry, point of correction. My lord, I've made a correction when the witness was testifying. After I took proper instruction, I corrected myself to mean Pretoria North.
So you're trying to apologize at Pretoria North Police Station?
That's correct.
Yes,
Not at
Mr.
Primrose.
Well, I don't remember that correction, but
I remember it.
Be that as it may, it was put to you that you approach the accused now, according to what Mr. Mgumuzulu says, at Pretoria North Police Station on the 21st of June 2020, that you apologized to him for having been assaulted. That is now for accused number 2 having been assaulted, and that you offered him 3 million rand.
So, my lord, my response is that that is not correct, because the first part, the confession was already made on the 19th. That is the first part of this. There was a confession. My first engagement with the accused, my lord, accused 2, was on the 18th, where there was clear indication of his confession. Subsequent to that, on the 19th, a formal confession was made by him. So that's the flow of events, my lord. Thirdly, my apologies, my lord. On the 19th, in the evening, subsequent to the docket of possession of ammunition being opened, he was charged in Phuket, transferred to Primrose, not Pretoria North. The OBs, we've read those OB, my lord, they're available, we've shown them to the defense. From Phuket, my lord, he was never taken to Pretoria North. There are entries that shows that he was detained in Primrose Police Station on the 20th in the morning hours by Sergeant Mukhani. The following day, which is now the 21st, he was still in Primrose, and Sergeant Mokhane formally charged him on the OB. There's also an entry that has been disclosed to the defense. I was not there. There's an entry that shows that Sergeant Mokhane at Primrose, not Pretoria Road, not charged him for the Phupeng case, and subsequently on the 22nd, he appeared for the first time in Phupeng Magistrate Court. So I was not there, my lord, and there was no such offer made by me. Like I said, my lord, it's unethical, it is unlawful. I don't even know, I can't even comprehend the reason why would you offer a suspect that money. He confessed, my lord. Even if he did not confess, that would have been his right to remain silent. There is no way that I even had access to that money in terms of the police budget in any event. But even if it was there, my lord, it's something that is unethical, unlawful, and something that I will never do. I've heard stories, my lord, of officials and government officials being accused of corruption. In other words, the corruptor being perhaps the member of the public. This is the first in my whole career where I've had a police officer like us offering money to an accused of that magnitude. I'm shocked, my lord, but it is not true. That is the essence of it.
So you're saying, sorry, you're saying the traffic is the other way?
It is the other way, my lord. And the statistics of corruption, even if you look at the Zondo Commission, if you look at the crime stats that we have as the police, it's the other way. It's the service providers, it's the members of the public who are bribing government officials, SAPS officials. That's why I'm sitting with matters with such cases. I have never, I'm talking about me, my lord, seen, especially this amount of money where police officers, investigators are offering money to an accused who has already confessed. I don't know what is the purpose. He has already confessed, he implicated his co-accused and his willingness to cooperate. Subsequent to that, my lord, he does indeed cooperate with us. And then he goes and makes the confession to the magistrate. So I
upendulanye ubrigadier kulo mbuzo wokuthi uye wafika yena kumsolo wesibini ezoxolisa njengoba ubekade untanzi esePretoria North njengoba umnumzana uMngomezulu asho uthi cha into yokuqala akazange abe ePretoria North uma kusuka ePhukeng uye wayithiwa ePrimrose la ukuthi langa elilandelayo uSergeant Mokhane uye wamthusa amaqala wayovela ePhukeng futhi uthi akazange yena ayoxolisa ngendaba yokushawa kukaMangalelwa yena akazange ayazi indaba yokushawa kaMangalelwa futhi nalolu daba lemali le3 million uthi cha yena uyaqala ukuyizwa kahle wazi ukuthi kunokuthi abantu kube yibona abafisa ukunika amaphoyisa imali hayi ukuthi amaphoyisa anike abantu imali futhi bekuzoba yini isizathu sokuthi afune ukunika uNtanzi imali ngemva kokuthi uNtanzi bese seyena ngokwakhe esekegunyulukile sekachaze nokuthi yena uzimisele nokuthi angasebenzisana nabo amaphoyisa sekatshele nokuthi abobani abantu ayikuthi badlale indima kuleli cala futhi yena ke uyachaza uthi ayikaze yayenzeka ngeke yenzeke ayikho emthethweni futhi naye ngeke ayivumele.
When did we hear about this allegation for the first time?
For the first time, it was when counsel for accused 2 put it to me. It was the first time. It was never ever said to me, my lord. And that was, I think, on the last day of his cross-examination, my lord. Last week, I think, his last day. That was the first time I heard about it, my lord.
Uqaleni nokuzwa lolu daba uthi ngiqale ukuluzwa okokuqala ngalesikhathi ummeli kaMangalelwa wesibini engibuza imibuzo ngiyacabanga ukuthi iviki elidlulile ngalesikhathi umnumzana uMngomezulu aqedelela ngemibuzo yakhe.
Well, still on this subject, that the offer was, according to the question that was put by Mr. Mngomezulu, made on the 21st of June 2020. I just want to show you Exhibit QQ. It's already in record, but where was the accused detained? Firstly, on Saturday, the 20th.
He was detained at Primrose SAPS, my lord. By Sergeant Mokhane, sorry.
Mangalelwa yena wayekade egcinwe phi nge20 uthi bekagcinwe ePrimrose uSergeant Mokhane.
And what is the relevant entry?
So it's the relevant entry, my lord, it's 713, and the time of detention it's 0040. In other words, my lord, 20 to 1 in the morning.
La ke kuye kwabhalwa khona mizuzu emashumi amabini ngaphambi kwehora lokuqala ntathabusa kula kwabhalwa ke ukuthi umsolwa yena uyafakwa ke esiphoyiseni sase Primrose.
Then, my lord, on the 21st, it's 21 June 2020, the entry there is 2029. It says suspect charged by Sergeant Mohane. That is now in relation to this the Pukeng case 118 of 6/2020. That's Sergeant Mohane who charged him at Primrose Police Station. And subsequent to that, my lord, in the morning of the 22nd, he was then booked out from Primrose Police Station to Pukeng. Nowhere was he ever at Pretoria North on those days, from the 19th to the 22nd, my lord.
Bese ke futhi ngesonto i21 zika June 2020 kulayi ukuthi umsolwa yena wayekade ekhona lapha ePrimrose wayisiwa ke ngomsombuluko enkantolo yase Pukeng.
And the relevant entry, my lord, insofar as the booking out, when Sergeant Mohane was taking him to court, it was 2065, and the time was 07:15. That's when Sergeant Mohane booked out accused 2 to Pukeng Magistrate Court.
Futhi ke kulayi ukuthi uye wabhala ke uSergeant Mohane isikhathi bekuyimizuzu e15 ngemva kwehora lesikhombisa ekuseni ngalesikhathi ekhipha umsolwa amisa esiphoyise enkantolo yasePhukeng.
And the date, my lord, is the 22nd of June 2020. That's when he was taken to Pukeng Magistrate Court.
Ilanga ke bekuyi 22 zika June ngomsombuluko ngalesikhathi emisa kwamantshi wasePhukeng.
Thank you, Brick. Then on Friday, when we were listening to the audio, towards the end, on the 5th of March 2021, Mr. Nkwana, who had just taken over the defense of accused number 2, and he was also appearing for accused number 3, and it was also put in record yesterday when the transcripts were made available. There was an allegation that accused number 2 and 3 are complaining of assaults.
Yes.
Was there any action taken regarding that complaint?
Yes, indeed, my lord. So I will start back in 2021. Subsequent to that, my lord, I requested the facts, rather the explanation or the, should I say, maybe the statement, my lord, or the information regarding the alleged offense of torture in relation to accused number 2 and number 3, because my recollection, those were the people, according to Mr. Nkwane, who claimed, and accused number 2 said it himself. Now, that report never came, my lord. So, but what I then did, I coordinated with the Department of Correctional Services to check in their registers and obviously provide such information in writing if there are any assault reported, because at that time, my lord, accused 2 was detained at the Department of Correctional Services, not at the police station in Pukeng. That's where he came from, and then he came to court. When he was received in the court books on that day, the 5th of March 2021, there was no reporting of assault in the court cells itself, which is the same situation which accused number 3. Now, I made those inquiries, my lord, they were negative. In other words, there was no such reporting both from the police and the DCS. Then, my lord, subsequent fast tracking to where we are, after we listened to the recordings of those days, my lord, I embarked on the same exercise again. I spoke to the head of the center, the current head of the center in CIMEX where accused 3 is detained, and also the head of the center where accused 2 was detained at that time. Both disposed affidavits, signed affidavit and commission that there was no such reports of assault in their books, and that was brought to their attention. Actually, the head of the center for CIMEX prison, he even says he went, and that is now the previous Saturday, to even interview accused number 3 and said, there's this allegation in court. Were you ever assaulted? and that was denied. That is contained.
Yes.
That is going to be hearsay. Even accused number 3 does not feature in this trial within this trial. It's certainly irrelevant in respect of accused number 3. And in any event, testimony being given amounts to hearsay.
If you can just confine yourself about what you have just yourself established. You mentioned that you obtained the affidavits, and we can put on record that these affidavits have been made available to the defense.
Yes, they are made available, my lord. That clearly states that there was no assault reported then on the 5th of March 2020. And the OB for the cells, my lord, is also available, which we've made available to the defense. That shows that even in the court registers itself, on that specific day, there was no entry of assault.
Okay.
Ummeli uNkwane uye wakhuluma enkantolo ukuthi abamangalelwa wesibini nowesithathu bona bathi bashayiwe. Uthi ubrigadiri njengoba bekade kulalelwe la ngolwesihlanu uye wathatha inyathelo yena ukuthi ayohlola noma ayokhuluma nalaba abaphethe amajele la abamangalelwa bahleli khona. Ukhulumile nalo waseSimex wakhuluma nala uNtanzi ehleli khona. Uthi baye babhala i-statement futhi lezo i-statement uzinikile abameli kulezo i-statement bayaphika ukuthi ba uNtanzi no mangalelo wesiphathi bashayiwe. Uthi nalezo i-statement lezo zikhona azinike abameli la bakhulume khona babhale ukuthi abazange bashawe lamadoda.
And just lastly, Brigadier, during cross-examination by Mr. Mgumezolo, he asked you as to whether you had prior knowledge or your team had prior knowledge of the case docket, First Lores 534/6/2020, and your answer was yes. There were previous, there were persons of interest. We did cold case analysis around them. We approached them. We were aware that they are suspect in the Senzo Meyiwa case. Now the question is, can you clarify if, and you put on record the sentence that Piniselani Buthelezi received? You mentioned that he was convicted on several counts and the sentences imposed on those counts. Can you clarify whether this is a separate docket, that is not the docket on which Piniselani Buthelezi was sentenced, whether it's a separate docket from Nongoma 1634 of 2018?
No, it is the same, my lord. So the one that he was sentenced on, it's Nongoma 163, that kind of 2018 in March, my lord. That's the matter he was sentenced on, my lord.
Ukhulumile ngokugcwala ngalolu daba lika Qiniselani Buthelezi ake usichazisele ukuthi yena ugwetshwe kuleli cala elihlukile naleli la kwaNongoma uthi cha lona icala la kwaNongoma la agwetshwe khona.
But one should also add, my lord, that docket was going with various dockets, so it was not just one docket. It's that case number, the number of dockets. Sergeant Mohane will know, but in essence, my lord, that Nongoma case is got a conviction in that matter.
Futhi ke itingqwatsele nokuthi akusukuthi idokodo elilodwa elizimele elakwaNongoma kunamanye amadokodo abekade hambisana nalo lelo dokodo uSergeant Mohane uyena ongakwazi ukulichaza kangcono.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects you wanted to take up with the witness.
Okay. Have you ever been to Orlando, sir? Orlando East?
Yes, my lord. I've been Orlando East and West, my lord.
And Orlando West?
Both sides, my lord, yes.
Now, I'm asking this because you say you don't know of any case where there are disused or where there were disused ATM machines.
That is correct, my lord. There's none that I know. I mean, the open field that I can think of in Orlando between East and West, you will think of one next to the Orlando Stadium, because there's a river there, there's
Squatter camp there.
squatter camp, my lord. But even there, in that vast open space, I have never. I grew up there, like I said, my lord. I did my first year all the way up to matric in Soweto. I've never come across that. Even when I was working, there's no such that I've seen, my lord.
Just a dumping place in Orlando. Have you ever seen one?
I know the one above Mufulo South. You know, they used to call it Koliat or something like that. I can't recall, my lord.
You're talking Mfulo South.
Yeah, so if you pass Mufulo South, when you used
Is
to
that
go-
at the vocational?
Yes. There was one that side.
The court was born in Sophia Town. It grew up in Alexander Township. And in 1960, family was transmitted to Deep Kloof. And this judge got married and stayed in Orlando West. So this court has got intimate knowledge about Orlando East, Orlando West, Mufolo South, etc., etc. So that's why I want to see, maybe the gentleman is wrong. There is a dumping place in Orlando.
Not that I'm aware of, my lord. That's why I said if you go to vocational rate, my lord, leaving from Mufulo South, coming from White Seat, Mufulo South, going up, basically going to Mansfield, there was a dumping area on the right-hand side before you turn to vocational. In Orlando, my lord, I really have no recollection of that, my lord.
Yabuza inkantolo ukuthi ubrigadier uyayazi na i-Orlando. Brigadier uthi uyayazi i-Orlando North, i-Orlando West ne-Orlando East. Uthi ukhulele eSoweto njengoba sekachazile uqala isikolo khona waqeda khona. Yena akaze wabona indawo la kulahlwa khona ama-ATM noma ama-ATM angasebenzi. Iyabuza inkantolo ukuthi uyazi na mhlawumbe indawo la kulahlwa khona na. Uthi mhlawumbe ngasesigangeni lesi esiseduze kwe-Orlando Stadium kodwa akulahlwa ama-ATM. Enye futhi uchaza ngale ngasemfulo la ukuthi ikhona enye indawo la kulahlwa khona izibi kodwa uthi akulahlwa ama-ATM kuyo leyo ndawo leyo. Chaza futhi nokuthi uma sisoyehla uza ngase-Mansfield e-hostel nalapho mhlawumbe kungaba nesiganga kodwa akusukuthi kulahlwa ama-ATM. Inkantolo iyachaza nayo ukuthi izalelwe khona ngale ngaseSoweto, yakhula yaya ngase-Alexandra, yabuya yashada futhi naseSoweto. Inkantolo ithi iyayazi leya ndawo, akusukuthi mhlawumbe inkantolo ayiyazi, beyifuna nje ukubona ukuthi ubrigadier uyayazi le ndawo.
Well, in addition, I attended school at Orlando High.
Jike
I know
inkantolo
Orlando High, my lord.
And I played for Orlando Pirates at Orlando. So I'm familiar with it. And we used to train in Orlando towards where it meets Deep Kloof,
Yes.
sporting grounds, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And I was an athlete representing Southern Transvaal in hurdles. 880 in a mile. Okay. No, fine. It's just for my curiosity because I don't think it's consequential, that thing concerning me.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thanks. Are you finished?
I'm done, my lord. Yes,
Okay.
I'm done, yes, my lord.
All right.
That's a good place, my lord. Thank you, Brigadier.
usekaqedile ubrigadier Gininda.
Sorry, there's one aspect. I said all the councils should address me as to whether a recording, standard recording of a television clip can form part of the record of this court. Are you saying you are abandoning it?
That was my understanding that
After-
the audio and the transcripts have
Being
resolved.
supplied, so there's no necessity for that.
But they can, I think, speak for themselves.
Is that so?
That is the position, my lord.
Everybody says that is the position. Okay, fine. Yeah.
May I be excused, my lord?
The what?
Brigadier uyacelela ukuthi ucela ukuthi inkantolo ikhulule, inkantolo
My lord, before the
iyamkhulula.
witness is excused, was it a question that was posed to the witness arising from the court's question?
About me playing for Orlando Pirates?
No. The first question that was asked.
This question was it, sir?
Yeah, about the ATMs in Orlando.
Well, that's why I say he's given his evidence about that. I just wanted to understand whether there was a dumping place or not. He says there isn't. You can proper argument about that, no problem. I'm not making a definitive finding to say there are no ATMs. I'm just asking this witness because I'm familiar. I can take judicial notice of that place to say where there could be a dumping place for ATMs.
Thank you.
Okay.
There are no further questions.
Okay, yes, Mr. Maloney.
As a court, please, my lord. The state calls the next witness is Colonel Swanepoel. The witness is not on the witness list, my lord.
Colonel Swanepoel.
Yes.
Okay.
The witness is going to testify in respect of a new exhibit that we've marked exhibit NN1. These are the extracts of the occurrence book at Silverton Police Station for the period 3 July 2020 and 10 July 2020. He's also going to testify in respect of a cell register. We've marked this exhibit NN in brackets 2. And the witness is also going to refer to national instructions. We've just, for the sake of convenience, we not included them in the bundle, but we haven't marked those national instructions. We don't think it's necessary to hand them as an exhibit.
The councillors have they been given these documents
Yes,
timeously?
Yes, they were given those documents yesterday, my lord.
You're aware of these documents, councils? Mr. Minister doesn't know anything about these documents.
No, they were all given the bundle yesterday.
Mr. Ngumalo, do you know anything about this documents?
I've received them yesterday. Thank you.
Ms. Mchololo?
Yes, my lord, I did.
Ms. Mnisi? You what?
I received it.
Okay, and Mr. Mgomezulu, did you receive?
It's received.
Okay, thank you. All right. May you swear the witness in then? What the taal gaan jy getuig in? English. Okay.
Do you have any objection in taking that oath?
No.
And if you so swear, do you swear that the evidence you are going to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If you do, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Witness is sworn in, my lord. Manje ngishusho ubiza omunye ufakazi uColonel Swanepoel.
You are a colonel in the South African Police, is that correct?
That's correct.
Uthi yebo uColonel esiphoyiseni sala eMzantsi Afrika.
Where are you attached currently?
I'm currently the station commander at Pretoria Moy Police Station.
Uyi station commander Pretoria Moy Police Station.
How many years service do you have in the South African Police?
41 years service.
Sekaneminyaka amashumi amane nanye ulibele kuyiphoyisa.
Can you put your career history on record?
Thank you. I joined the South African Police Service in 1983 when I went to college. After that, I was placed at Johannesburg Central. At the time it was called John Foster Square.
Just a minute to give the interpreter
Uthi
change.
ke yena uqale esiphoyiseni ngo-1983 yena wabekwa esiphoyiseni sase-Johannesburg Central ngalesa sikhathi yayikaze ibizwa i-John Foster Square.
And after that, in 1986, I was placed at the Regional Commissioner's Office of Johannesburg.
Ngemva kwalapho kulaye ukuthi yena uye wabekwa ehhovisi lesiphoyisa la lesivinini i-Regional Office.
And then in 1988, I was transferred to the Regional Office in Pretoria.
Ngo-1988 yena watransferwa ke khona e-Regional Office yase-Pretoria.
And then in 1992, I became a lieutenant in the South African Police Service and was placed at Wonderboompoort Police Station as station commander.
Ngo-1992 yena waba lieutenant kulaye ukuthi wabekwa khona esiphoyiseni sasebonaboma.
And then in 2003, I was transferred as the station commander at Eersterus Police Station.
Ngo-2003 waba i-station commander sase-Eersterus Police Station.
And then in 2010, I was placed at Kameeldrift Police Station as the station commander.
Ngo-2010 wabekwa ke esiphoyiseni sase-Kameeldrift njenge-station commander.
So, Colonel, between 2003 and 2010, you were the station commander of Eersterus Police Station.
That's correct.
Yebo ngo-2003 fikela ku-2010 angade ngise-Eersterus.
Yes.
And then in 2016, I was promoted to the rank of colonel, and I was placed at Silverton Police Station as the station commander.
Ngo-2016 yena wathola ke i-promotion waba u-colonel, waba u-station commander. In which police station is that?
Silverton.
Silverton.
And then in 23, I was placed as the station commander of Pretoria Moord Police Station.
Ngo-2023 kulaye ukuthi uye wabekwa khona ePretoria North Moord Police Station.
So, just how many years were you the station commander of Silverton Police Station?
It was it was 7 years.
Uhleli laphaya esiphoyiseni sase-Silverton njenge-station commander iminyaka eyisikhombisa.
So, all in all, Colonel Swanepoel, from 1992 until currently, you have been station commander of various police stations.
That's correct.
Kusukela ngo-1992 kufikela manje ulibele kuyi-station commander sama-police station ahlukile.
Now, can you explain to the court, are the official documents that are kept at the police station?
Yes, they are official documents kept at the police station.
Akhona amaphepha asemthethweni ayikuthi aye abekwe ema-police station uthi yebo.
Yes, what are those documents?
It is all documents pertaining to the police station itself. It's including the SAPS 10, the occurrence book, where all incidents are reported in.
Just a minute.
Uthi-ke amaphepha abekwa laphayana amaphepha wonke wesiphoyisa ahlanganisa futhi ne-occurrence book, i-OB.
And also the SAPS 13, where all exhibits is handed in.
Futhi na le ncwadi ekuthi wonke ubufakazi uma bifika buyaye bubekwe kuwo.
And then the SAP 14, that is a cell register, where all the detention people that's detained at the police station is captured.
Futhi nencwadi ekuthi uma abantu beze banama cellphone bafike kubhaliswe kuyo.
Then there's different other registers that is kept, for example, the accident report registers and all the other registers pertaining to policing at the police station.
Bese ke kuba nencwadi uma mhlawumbe kunengozi eyenzakele bese bona bayaya njengesiphoyisa futhi nalezo incwadi zikhona esiphoyiseni.
But for our purposes, we can just confine ourselves to the SAP 10, the occurrence book, and SAP 14, the cell register. You've already mentioned that the purpose of the occurrence book is to record the incident. So what is the procedure when recording such incidents?
My Lord, every time a person reports on duty, it is captured in the occurrence book, as well as the handing over of the CSC, the Community Service Center programs that's handed over in the occurrence book.
Manje ke umsebenzi wale ncwadi ebizwa iOB ukuthi umuntu uma engena emsebenzini uyaye agcwalise kuyo ukuthi sekafikile futhi nezehlakalo noma igameko ezenzakala uma kulibele kusetshenzwa laphayana la kuvulwa khona amacala eCSC nakho kuyaye kubhalwe khona la.
If a person is arrested or detained at the police station, it's also captured in the SAPS 10, the occurrence book.
Umuntu uma eboshiwe noma egcinwe esiphoyiseni khona lapho kuyaye kubhalwe futhi nakuyo iOB.
Then, if the person is visited in the cells, if the cell visit is conducted, it's also mentioned in the SAP and captured in the SAP 10, the occurrence book.
Nomuntu uma evakashelwe esemaselini yena kuyabhalwa futhi nakwi-OB ukuthi uvakashelwe lo.
No, these cell visits, what do they consist of?
Cell visit is usually done by 1 or 2 members. The members that go and visit the cells make sure that the detainees that's currently in the cell and is written in the SAP 14 are still in the cells and that the cells is in a good condition.
Just a minute, just
Kuyaye
talk a little
ukuthi
bit and give the interpreter a chance.
kuyaye ukuthi umuntu uma esemaseleni bese kuza iphoyisa lize lizohlola ukuthi lo muntu lo sasekhona na emaseleni iseli lelo lisase ngendlela elungile iseli lelo lisalungele ukuthi umuntu angahlala kulo.
And then also if everything is still in order with the pertaining to the detainees in the cells, if there is any injuries or any sicknesses in the cells.
Bese uyabhala nokuthi laphayana emaselini yonke into isalungile mhlawumbe kunokuthi umuntu uyagula elaphaya emaselini.
Yes. And the cell register?
The cell register,
SAP 14?
SAPS 14, it's dealing with the people that's detained at the police station.
Manje le i-cell register ikhuluma ngabantu abavalelwe laphaya e-police station.
And it's divided into certain columns, starting with the serial number and then the name and surname of the detainee.
Yona inemiqa ehlukile iqala nge-serial number bese kubhalwa amagama nezibongo zakhe umuntu lo oboshiwe.
As well as the date of arrest, date and time of arrest.
Kubhalwe nesikhathi nelanga leli aboshwe ngalo.
And also the reason for detention.
Kubhalwe nesizathu ukuthi uvalelwe ngani ngasiphi isizathu.
As well as the case number pertaining to that specific detainee.
Kubhalwe ke ne-case number eyakhe lo muntu lo oboshiwe.
And then also the date and time the person was admitted to the cells.
Bese kuyabhalwa nelanga nesikhathi la umuntu afakwe khona emaselini.
There's also space for the notice in terms of the Constitution, the notice of rights that's issued to the detainee.
Kunendawo futhi la kubhalwa khona ngamalungelo wakhe lo muntu lo ovalelwe.
Also a space for OB number for that his next of kin was informed and he had the opportunity to find his next of kin and his legal representative.
Kunesigaba futhi la ukuthi kuyabhalwa ukuthi lo muntu lo uye wathola ithuba nalo ukuthi angashayela ucingo kumuntu wakubo noma ummeli wakhe.
Now, you mentioned that there's a space for the notice of rights. What information is entered regarding the notice of rights in the cell register?
The notice of rights is a serial controlled register that's issued to each police station. That serial control notice is then issued to each detainee that's detained at the police station.
Manje ke kunenombolo yokuthi amaphoyisa anikwe wona uma beletha umuntu lapha estokisini bese kwamele babhale leyo nombolo enikewa wonke umuntu ofakwa lapha emaseleni.
And the serial number thereof, is it documented anyway?
It's documented in the SAPS 14, in the relevant column.
I-serial number nayo iyabhalwa kuyo leyo ncwadi leyo.
Yes, and who may make entries in the occurrence book, the SAP 10?
It's only the person posted in this CSC, the Community Service Center, or if the cells is separate from the Community Service Center, the person that is posted in the cell complex.
Ubani umuntu onegunya lokubhala kule OB kuthiwa yilo muntu osebenza lapha CSC la kuvulwa khona amacala umphakathi wonke ovula khona amacala umuntu obekwe lapho noma umuntu ozayo ezoletha umuntu othize.
Now, are the procedures in place when a person is detained at the cells who is injured?
If there is injuries on a person that's detained, the arresting officer must immediately, before he detain that person, establish if that person needs urgent medical attention, and that person will then be taken for medical treatment.
Uma ingabe umuntu elethwa ekuthi udinga ukunyangwa noma edinga ukubona udokotela kwamele lo muntu omlethayo abhale ukuthi lo muntu loyo udinga ukubona udokotela.
And if the person is brought to the police station and the relief commander or the cell commander finds that the person is injured, he must immediately also arrange for medical treatment.
Nomuntu mhlawumbe uma elethwe estokisini laphayana bese iphoyisa eliphumayo lingamcebisanga lo ongenayo kwamele naye uma engena abheke ukuthi lo muntu lo mhlawumbe udinga ukuthi ayobona udokotela bese amenzela ukuthi lo muntu loyo aye ayothola udokotela.
If a person is injured or he's got an illness and he must be treated by a medical practitioner, SAPS 70 is issued for that specific detainee, and that goes with the detainee to the relevant doctor or the medical facility.
Uma ingabe ke lo muntu loyo ulimele lo olethwa emaselini uma ingabe ulimele kunencwadi ekuthi nakhona iyagcwaliswa lo muntu loyo bese uyaya ayobona udokotela noma ayisiwe esibhedlela.
The SAPS 70 is also a serial control register, and that serial number is also written in the SAPS 14 in the relevant column.
Futhi kuyo leyo ncwadi leyo akhona ama serial number ekuthi ayabhalwa nawo afakwa khona lapho la kunesigaba sokubhala ama serial number.
Now, if a person comes to the police station with injuries, will that person be allowed under any conditions to be detained at the police station?
If a person comes with injuries, he must be either taken by the person arresting him or the relief commander to the nearest facility for treatment. He won't be allowed to be in the cells without treatment.
Uma umuntu eza esiphoyiseni alimele uyavunyelwa na ukuthi angahle afakwe esiphoyiseni noma emaseleni uthi lo muntu loyo kwamele athathwe ayisiwe endaweni eseduze la ezonyangwa khona.
And then also in Pretoria Court, I can only speak about Pretoria Court, my lord, is that they don't accept any detainees with injuries at the court as well.
Futhi enkantolo yase Pretoria abavumeli abantu abasolwa ukuthi beze balimele.
except if that person was treated by a medical practitioner.
ngaphandle kokuthi lowo muntu wayekade ehlangene nodokotela.
Is this practice only confined to the Pretoria court?
I don't think so, my lord. I think it's pertaining to every magistrate court.
Manje le ndaba le ihlangana kuphela nani inkantolo zasePretoria ukuthi cha angikholwa lokho nkosi yenkantolo ngicabanga ukuthi zonke inkantolo.
And are there any guidelines, any circulars, any instructions that are in place regarding how injured detainees are dealt with?
Everything in the South African Police Service got either a national instruction or a standing order. So the rules and regulations pertaining to detainees and every other aspect of the South African Police Service is clearly defined in the national instructions as well as the standing orders.
Ikhona mhlawumbe imithetho ethize ukuthi ibhaliwe ukuthi yonke into esiphoyiseni inemithetho yakhona noma mhlawumbe eminye imithetho ukuthi silibele sinikwa yona uma silibele sisebenza kodwa imithetho ikhona nemigomo yakhona.
Pertaining to medical treatment, there's a national instruction 8 of 2016 that was issued, and that's relevant to all the police stations in the whole of South Africa.
Uma kukhulunywa ngokuyohlolwa noma ngokuthi umuntu ayisiwe kudokotela ukhona umthetho owakhishwa ngo-2016 oyikuthi owama police station wonke ala eMzansi Afrika.
Yes. Any other national instruction?
There's also pertaining to people detained at the police station, there's also national instruction 11 of 2019.
Ukhona omunye umthetho nawo oyikuthi uye wakhishwa ngo-2019 ukhishelwa ama-police station wonke.
That's talking about treatment of people in custody.
Okhulunywa ngokuphathwa kwabantu abaphakathi esitokisini noma emaselini.
As well as the transportation of detainees.
Nokuhanjiswa kwabo nabo bantu.
I just want to show you a document. Can you just identify that document?
This is the National Instruction 8 of 2016 pertaining to medical treatment and hospitalization of person in police custody.
Incwadi onika yona incwadi ekhuluma ngokuphathwa kwabantu abalimele noma abantu abadinga unyango abaphakathi esiphoyiseni.
If you can turn to page 2 there. Can you just put the relevant portions on record? What is the procedure in dealing with such detainees?
Thank you, my lord. The paragraph 3 of the National Instruction 8 of 2016, medical treatment of a person in police custody upon arrest. Once a person, adult or child, has been arrested, the arresting member has a legal duty to take care of the arrested person and to ensure that medical treatment is provided.
Uyafunda ke ukuthi nangu umuntu ma elethwe esiphoyiseni kuumuntu omdala noma kuumntwana umuntu lo omlethayo osebenza esiphoyiseni unolungelo lokuthi yena amyise lo muntu ukuthi ayobonana nodokotela uma engabe edinga ukunyanga.
Medical treatment is provided to the arrested person whenever necessary.
Ukuthi lo muntu uma edinga ukuthi ayobonana nodokotela noma aye esibhedlela kwamele ayiswe.
Paragraph 2 is if the arrested person show any signs that he or she is seriously ill or seriously injured.
Futhi uma lo muntu oboshiwe ebonisa ukuthi yena uyagula noma ulimele.
Irrespective of whether the injury was sustained during the arrest or not, the member concerned must
kungakhathalizeki ukuthi lo muntu lo ulimele ngalesikhathi eboshwa noma cha,
exercise his or her discretion and decide whether the person should be taken for medical treatment even before he is taken to the police station.
kwamele iphoyisa lona lisebenzise ingqondo yalo noma ukubona kwakhe ukuthi lo muntu kwamele ayobonana nenyanga ngaphambi kokuthi ayisiwe esiphoyiseni na.
If the arrested person, in the opinion of the member concerned, needs urgent medical treatment,
Uma ingabe umuntu lo oboshiwe uma iphoyisa limbheka libona ukuthi udinga ukuthi ayolaphiwa,
decide whether the person is fit to be transported by police vehicle or should rather be transported by ambulance.
iphoyisa ke lithatha isinqumo sokuthi lo muntu lo kwamele ahanjiswe ngemoto yesiphoyisa noma kubizwe imoto ye-ambulance.
And he, she must then act accordingly.
Bese ke yena ke lelo phoyisa bese lithatha lezo nyathelo.
Paragraph 3 say if a member is in doubt to whether urgent medical treatment attention is needed, he or she should rather take the necessary step to arrange for such treatment.
Uma ingabe ke lelo phoyisa linokungabaza okuthize, yena ke kwamele athathe inyathelo ezifanele.
Yes. Is it all that?
I can also, members must ensure that every arrested person before his or her detention, whether he or she is currently being treated for a medical condition,
Maphoyisa futhi kwamele ayenze isiqiniseko sokuthi bayabuza noma bahlole lo muntu oboshwayo ukuthi yena akhona mhlawumbe amakhambi ayikuthi uyawathatha noma kune treatment ayithathayo.
if the arrested person is treated with prescription medication or chronic medication, or indicates that he or she suffer from a chronic condition,
Uma ingabe lo muntu echaza ke ukuthi akhona amakhambi awathathayo noma uyagula unokugula okungalapheki,
arrangement must be made to collect for the collection of the medication.
amaphoyisa ke wona kwamele ayenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu loyo uyayenzelwa ukuthi athole lamakhambi wakhe.
Or the person must be taken to a medical service provider in order for the person to be examined and such medication to be obtained, if applicable.
Noma lo muntu kwamele kuhlelwe ukuthi ayisiwe kudokotela ukuze ayothola lawo makhambi lawo noma bamhlelele ukuthi awathole.
Yes, thank you. Any other relevant portions?
Then also paragraph 4, obtaining medical treatment for a person in custody during detention at the police station.
Futhi ke ubonisa la nala ukuthi umuntu uma kutholwa amakhambi wakhe,
If a person in custody on arrival at the police station shows any injury,
uma umuntu mayefika esiphoyiseni ebonisa impawu zokulimala,
appears to be suffering from physical or mental illness,
yena mhlawumbe ebonisa nokuthi kunala ukuthi emzimbeni akazilinganelanga,
fails to react to sensory stimulation or displays a lack of awareness,
yena futhi abonise nokuthi akaboni ukuthi kwenzakalani,
and such person, in the opinion of the Community Service Center Commander, needs medical attention,
bese kubonwa ukuthi lo muntu loyo uma iphoyisa libona ukuthi udinga ukuyobonana nodokotela
for the injury or illness. The Community Service Center must
ebonakala ukuthi uyobona lelo phoyisa kwamele liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu ahambe ayo
act as set out in paragraphs 2 and 3 below.
ahambe ayenza lento ebekade ikhulunywe ku paragraph 2 no 3 lebe sifundile.
And this also applies if the Community Service Center is in doubt whether medical attention is needed.
Futhi ke nalokhu kuyaye kubandakanyiswe uma ingabe lo muntu lo sebenza laphayana unokungabaza ukuthi lo muntu lo uyakudinga na ukuhlolwa noma akadingi.
Paragraph 2, subparagraph 2, if a person needs medical attention, the community service center commander must have the person transported.
Uma ingabe umuntu kubonwa ingathi udinga ukuyohlolwa noma ukuyiswa kudokotela kwamele yena ahanjiswe
Either by police vehicle or an ambulance
hanjiswe ngemoto yamaphoyisa noma ngeambulance
to the nearest provincial hospital or call the district surgeon.
ayisiwe esibhedlela eseduze noma kubizwe udokotela oseduze.
If no provincial hospital or district is available, call the nearest available appropriate medical service provider.
Uma ingabe singekho isibhedlela eduze lapho kuzawufanele ukuthi kubizwe udokotela oyikuthi uyasetshenziswa lapha.
The station commander must issue station orders informing the members under his or her command of which medical service providers to be utilized for such purposes.
I-station commander ke sona kwamele sichaze noma sitshele laba abasebenza ngaphansi kwakhe ukuthi bangasebenzisa yiphi inyanga noma udokotela.
These orders must at all times be available in the community service center and must be reviewed on a regular basis to ensure effective administration.
Konke lokhu kwamele kuhlale kukhona laphayana la kuvulwa khona amacala futhi amaphoyisa bayenze nesiqiniseko sokuthi bayakulandelela.
If urgent medical attention is not required, but the community service center commander has the opinion that medical attention is necessary,
Uma ingabe kungadingeki ukuthi umuntu angayisiwa esibhedlela noma kudokotela kodwa iphoyisa libona ingathi kuyadingeka,
he or she must make the necessary arrangements to have the person examined at the nearest provincial hospital.
lelo phoyisa kwamele liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu uyathathwa ayohlolwa esibhedlela esiseduze.
Or if not available by another medical service provider.
Noma uma ingabe singekho isibhedlela lapho lo muntu kwamele ayisiwe kudokotela.
The station commander must ensure that particulars relating to the applicable provincial hospital or other medical service provider
U-station commander kwamele yenze isiqiniseko sokuthi abodokotela noma isibhedlela
that may be utilized for this purpose are at all times available in the community service center.
esingasetshenziswa kwamele sihlale sikhona ulwazi lwakhona laphayana la kuvulwa amacala.
It also say, paragraph 4, all medical consultations must be conducted in private, out of sight and hearing of a member, unless the medical practitioner specifically requests otherwise.
Futhi kwamele lo muntu lo ahlolwe ngasendaweni ekuthi akugcwalanga abantu ngaphandle kokuthi udokotela esho njalo.
Yes, thanks, Colonel. Any other relevant?
Yes, just paragraph 5, my lord, is recording the steps taken. All steps that were taken in regard to medical treatment of a person or child in police custody
Enye into futhi ukuthi yonke into ethathiwe noma zonke inyathelo ezithathiwe ngalo muntu olethwe esitokisini umuntu omdala noma umntwana
must be fully recorded in the occurrence book.
kwamele zibhalwe phansi kule ncwadi i-occurrence book noma i-OB.
The outcome of any medical examination must similarly be recorded together with the name of the medical service provider.
Nemiphumela yokuthi lo muntu udokotela uthe yini inkinga kwamele ibhalwe futhi naye udokotela noma isibhedlela sibhalwe ukuthi wayekade ehlolwe ngubani noma kwesiphi
And where the examination had taken place.
kubhalwe futhi nokuthi uhlolelwe kuphi.
If more than one entry is required, the different entries must be cross-linked in the occurrence book.
Uma ingabe kudingeka ukuthi kugcwaliswe emakhaseni adlula elinye kwamele ke kuqhubekelwe ngakwelinye ikhasi.
The number of the first entry must be recorded in the custody register.
Bese ke leya nombolo yokuqala lebe kubhalwa kuyo kwamele ibhalwe futhi nakulelinye ikhasi elilandelelayo.
So in other words, Colonel, what telling the court is that if the person has been injured, steps will be taken to have the person examined, and the details thereof must be entered in the occurrence.
That's correct.
Manje uthi umuntu uma engabe ehloliwe noma esiwe kudokotela kwamele kubhalwe phansi lokho bese kuyabhalwa na kwincwadi iOB uthi yekweqiniso.
Yes.
And then paragraph 6, a submission of written report concerning torture to station commander. Paragraph 1.
Uyafunda ke ukuthi uma engabe umuntu elimyaziwe noma eshayiwe nayi paragraph 1 ithi
Whenever a person in custody is examined by a medical service provider provided by the state,
umuntu ongaphakathi esitokisini uma ikuthi uye wahlolwa ehlolwa ngumbuso,
the medical practitioner must be requested to supply the station commander with a written report which must include the following.
udokotela kwamele acelwe i-station commander ukuthi amnike i-report yokuthi ubhaleni abhale nalezinto ezilandelelayo.
Any statements made by the person concerned which are relevant to the medical examination,
Statement esiyenzwe yiloyo muntu esihlanganisane na lokuthi bamemhlole,
including the description by the person concerned of his or her state of health and any allegation of torture that he or she may have made.
aphinde abhale nokuthi lo muntu lo uthe yena mhlawumbe ushayiwe noma ulinyaziwe.
A description of the objective medical findings based on the medical examination,
Aphinde abhale udokotela ukuthi yena udokotela uboneni kulo muntu.
the conclusions of the medical practitioner in the light of subparagraph A and B.
Abhale nokuthi isinqumo sakhe yena ubona ukuthi lo muntu lo ugula uphethwe yini noma kwenzakalani naye.
Whenever a complaint regarding torture is made to a medical service provider by a person in police custody,
Uma ingabe umuntu olethiwe noma oboshiwe atshela udokotela
and the medical service provider is of the opinion that the examination revealed indications to tend to confirm such allegations,
yena udokotela bese ubona ukuthi lezinto lezi lo muntu azishoyo ziyahambiselana,
the community service center commander or station commander must request the medical practitioner to send a copy of the written report to the nearest office of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate.
iphoyisa leli elisebenza la kuvulwa khona amacala kwamele lona licele udokotela ukuthi abhale incwadi ayithumele kumaphoyisa ukuthi ayophenya.
The community service center or station commander must ensure that the matter is reported in accordance with paragraph 4 of the National Instruction 6 of 2014, the prevention and combating of torture of persons.
Futhi lokho kwamele kuhlanganwe nomthetho siseko oyikuthi wabekwa ngokushawa nokulinyazwa kwabantu ababoshiwe.
The written report received by the station commander must be filed with the relevant warrant and body receipts.
Bese
Remand
ke
warrant.
uyabhala nencwadi ke ukuthi ihambelana nabo bonke lokho akuhloliwe.
Yes. Any other relevant sections? If there's none, you can then proceed
Yeah, for
to
that
National Instruction 11 of 29.
Yes.
Just refer to the page first.
National Instruction 11 of 2019, arrest, treatment and transportation of an arrested person.
Yes. On which page is it?
That's page 1 of 30 on that specific national instruction.
Uyafunda ke imithetho ebekade banikwe yona njengamaphoyisa.
And what is the subject matter of that national instruction? What does it deal with?
It deals with the arrest, treatment and transportation of an arrested person.
Kusetshe la kulo mthetho kukhulunywa ngokuboshwa nokuphathwa nokuhanjiswa komuntu oboshiwe.
in paragraph 3 of paragraph 7, sorry, my lord, paragraph 7, subparagraph 2A, talk to the arrest for the purpose of further investigation.
Kukhulunywa futhi nangokuboshwa komuntu njengoba kusayophenywa.
If a member has a reasonable suspicion that the person has committed a first scheduled offence, but realized that further investigation will be necessary before it is possible to determine whether the suspect should be charged,
Uma ingabe iphoyisa licabanga ukuthi umuntu wenze icala elibucayi kodwa libona ukuthi lo muntu kwamele kuyophenywa qala,
such member may arrest the suspect if the detention of the suspect is necessary to complete such further investigation.
lelo phoyisa kwamele limbophe loyo muntu ukuthi likwazi ukuyophenya.
It is thus proper for a member to arrest such a person for the purpose of conducting further investigation and, depending on the outcome of such further investigation, to charge or release the person.
Bese ke ngemva kwalelo phenyo lingahle iphoyisa umuntu limthwese amaqala noma lingamkhulula.
A member may only arrest a person for this purpose if such member has reasonable grounds to believe that the investigation will be hampered should the person not be arrested. This will normally be a case if the member has reasonable grounds to believe that.
Uma ingabe iphoyisa lona libona ukuthi lo muntu uma singambophanga ungahle kukhinyebeze ukuphenya kwethu, unelungelo lokuthi angabopha lo muntu onjalo.
The person will either escape, do away with an article required as exhibit, interfere with a witness, or otherwise endeavor to invade or defeat the ends of justice.
Ezinye izathu kungaba ukuthi mhlawumbe lo muntu angahle abaleke noma angahle amoshe ubufakazi bethu noma angahle athusele abofakazi noma angahle agcine sekuthi uyasikhinyebeza nathi uma siphenya.
It is necessary for the purpose of the investigation of the case to establish the bodily features of the person, and such person refuses to submit himself or herself voluntarily to examination of his or her fingerprints, buccal sample, or body appearance as provided in the Criminal Procedure Act 1977.
Kubalulekile futhi nokuthi umuntu kuke kuthathwe ukuthi ubonakala enjani noma kuthathwe iminwe yakhe noma kuthathwe ngaphakathi kuye emlomo kuhlolwe nezinye izinto ngaphandle kokuthi lo muntu loyo evuma noma engavumi.
And then procedure after arrest in paragraph 12.
Inyathelo ezithathwayo ngemva kokuthi umuntu sekaboshiwe.
Subparagraph 3, injuries sustained prior to or during arrest.
Kuyahlolwa ukuthi umuntu ulimele ngaphambi kokuthi aboshwe noma ngalesikhathi ebekade eboshwa ngaso.
Upon the arrest of a person, a member is obliged to ensure that the safety of such person while in his or her care,
Uma kuboshwa lo muntu loyo kwamele iphoyisa liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu loyo ukhuselekile.
the following provisions must be complied with.
Nayizi izinto ekwamele zilandelele.
The member concerned must take all reasonable precautions to ensure that the person will not be injured and will not escape before arrival at the police station.
Iphoyisa kwamele liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu lona akaphunyuki kuye noma ngeke abaleke ngaphambi kokuthi afike esiphoyiseni.
Should the arrested person show any signs that he or she is seriously ill or is seriously injured,
Uma ingabe lo muntu oboshiwe ebonisa impawu zokuthi uyagula noma ulimele,
irrespective of whether the injury was sustained before or during the arrest or not,
kungakhathazeki ukuthi lo muntu ulimele ngalesikhathi eboshwa noma ngemva kokuthi aboshwe,
The member must follow the instructions as set out in National Instruction 8 of 2016.
kwamele iphoyisa lilandele loya mthetho sisekelo obekade kukhulunywe ngawo.
Is it the one that you've just read out?
That's the previous one. No.
Uthi yebo lo mthetho obekade sengiwufundile.
The member who effects an arrest which results in the arrested person being injured must enter the particulars of the injuries as well as the circumstances under which they were sustained.
Iphoyisa uma libopha umuntu lo muntu alimele noma lo muntu alimale ngalesikhathi eboshwa iphoyisa kwamele libhale ukuthi lo muntu lona ulimele kuphi na kanjani.
Sustained or inflicted as soon as possible in his or her pocketbook.
Abhale ukuthi lo muntu lona ulimele ayibhale kwi-pocketbook yakhe.
And in due course submit a full statement for the information of the public prosecutor.
Bese ke isikhathi masiya abhale konke abhale istatement asibhalela ukuthi umshushisi uma engabe uzozidinga.
It must be included in the case docket.
Bese siyafakwa naso kuyidokolo.
He or she must also report any injuries which the arrested person has sustained prior or during the arrest to the Community Service Centre Commander.
Iphoyisa lelo nalo kwamele libhale ukuthi lo muntu lo uye wamcebisa ngokuthi uye walimala abhalele laba abavula amacala.
Upon arrival at the Community Service Centre,
Uma kufikwa la kuvulwa khona amacala,
if the arrested person required medical treatment, National Instruction 8 of 2016 must be complied with. That's the previous one.
uma ingabe umuntu edinga ukuyohlolwa noma ukuyobonana nodokotela kwamele kulandelelwe lo yamthetho obese siwukhulumile.
That's all the relevant information.
Thank you.
Yikho lokho Nkosi yenkantolo esingikuchazile.
Now, the occurrence book, SAP 10, and the cell register, SAP 14, in his custody are those registered? Registers in the normal course of events?
In normal course of events, that will be in custody of the Community Service Centre Commander, or in instances where there is a separate cell complex, it will be in the custody of the cell commander.
Manje le ncwadi lezi okhulume ngazo ubani umuntu oyaye ayiphathi uthi umphathi walaba abavula amacala.
Just want to show you a document. There are some original registers there. I think the brigadier has taken those registers, the original registers there. Anyway, for now, I'll just show you Exhibit NN in bracket 1, as well as Exhibit NN in bracket 2. Can you just identify those documents?
Thank you, my lord. The first one is a SAPS 10. That's an occurrence book.
Incwadi leyo kuqala engiyiphethe i-occurrence book.
And then the second one is SAPS 14, the cell register.
Incwadi le eyesibini ile ebizwa i-cell register.
Now, if I can request you to refer to the part that's been highlighted there. What is the name of the person? On the cell register?
On the cell register, the part that's been highlighted, it is entry number 5 of 7, 2020. Sorry, my lord.
Uthi ke la ubona la kwabhalwa ngo-2020.
And the name is Muzi September Sabana.
Uthi umuntu obhalwe la umuzi Sithemba Sibana.
Yes. And when was that according to the cell register, when was the
According to the cell
person
register,
detained at the
he
police
was
station?
detained at the police station 2020 0703, the 3rd of July 2020.
La kubonisa ukuthi lo muntu yena uye walethwa esiphoyiseni ngeyi 3 zika July
At 2200 hours.
ebusuku ngehora leshumi.
If I can ask you to refer to the corresponding occurrence book, the relevant entry.
And the relevant entry is suspect detained by Detective Sergeant Magore of National Cold Cases Investigation Unit.
Obike kubhaliwe ukuthi lo muntu ubekade elethwe uSergeant Magore.
The Mohani.
Mukhani, it can be Mukhani. my lord.
Uthi kungahle kube uye uMogani.
Yes.
Detention with the following: Musi September Sibana,
Uthi umuntu obekalethiwe uyena umuzi Sithemba Sibana.
SAPS 14/5/7/2020.
Kwabhalwa ke nenombolo ukuthi yena wayekade evalelwe ngakweyiphi inombolo.
SAPS 14A R1394878.
Kubhalwe ke futhi nayo leyo nombolo ye 1394878.
Charged possession of illegal ammunition.
Wayekade ethweswe amacala wokubamba wokuba nenhlavu ezingekho emthethweni.
Next of kin informed.
Umuntu owakubo watshelwa.
Sorry, my lord, I can't read this word. And
In any case, my lord, I see we close to the normal sitting time. When we are adjourned at this stage, you see the witnesses so struggling with the heat in this courtroom.
Is the kennel available tomorrow?
that's correct.
Okay, we adjourn until tomorrow 10 then.